So just to organize in partnership with the Ministry of External Affairs, we are immensely delightful and proud to host you again for India's leading dialogue on foreign policy and international security. So I think we are ready for lamp lighting ceremony, sir. Yeah? So the lamp lighting ceremony, as we all know, is indeed a part of our Sanatan tradition, as it marks the auspicious beginning of Maharana Pratap annual Geopolitics dialogue. The lamp lighting holds the sacred significance that transcends mere illumination. It symbolizes the presence of divine energy and dispelling darkness from both the physical and the metaphysical realms. So thank you so much, Tejinder Khanna sir. Thank you so much, Anita ma'am. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhinav Pandya. So now I would like to invite Dr. Anita Jain, Director, USANA's Foundation, for her welcome remarks.
So, good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, diplomats, scholars, and dear participants. On behalf of the USANA's Foundation, it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to the 5th edition of Maharana Pratap Annual Geopolitics Dialogue MPAGD 2026, here in the beautiful Ramsar wetland city of Udaipur. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ministry of External Affairs for co-hosting this dialogue. Their support reflects the importance of fostering informed and meaningful conversation on geopolitics and international relations. At the USANA's Foundation, we aspire to bring the discourse on the international relations and national security beyond the national capital and into the smaller cities of India. For the last 4 years, we have tirelessly organized this dialogue here in Udaipur and last year in Jaipur. Through this initiative, we not only celebrate the legacy of great warrior King Maharana Pratap, but also create a platform where diplomats, national and international geopolitical experts, researchers, and students come together to deliberate on the most pressing issues of our time. Today, as we gather here, we must recognize that both environmental and geopolitical landscapes are undergoing profound and rapid transformation. On one hand, the planet faces escalating climate change, biodiversity loss, and ecological degradation. This is bringing humanity dangerously close to what many scientists describe as the 6th mass extinction, an era in which human activity have become the dominant force shaping the Earth's ecological system. On the other hand, the global political order is shifting towards multipolarity with emerging center of power and intensifying strategic competition among major actors. Conflicts such as Russia-Ukraine war and the ongoing tensions in the Middle East, including the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, where UNEP 2026 report warns that use of munitions have severely polluted land and water, demonstrated how warfares can deepen environmental damages and threaten the lives and livelihood of millions. At the same time, the world is witnessing an alarming rise in climate-related disasters, record heat waves, devastating floods, prolonged droughts, wildfires, and powerful cyclones causing massive displacement, economic losses, and growing food and water insecurity. What makes the moment particularly critical is that climate instability and geopolitical instability are no longer separate challenges. They are increasingly intertwined, with environmental stress intensifying conflicts, reshaping migration patterns, and placing unprecedented pressure on global governance system. It is therefore fitting that the theme of this year's dialogue is Chakravyuh to Shantipar, from conflict to consensus. In the epic Mahabharata, the Chakravyuh represents a complex battlefield formation that is difficult to escape once entered. Today's global order often feels like such a formation marked by competing interests, strategic rivalries, and complex crises. Yet, the Shanti Parv reminds us that even after great conflicts, wisdom, dialogue, and consensus can guide humanity towards peace and stability. Over the next 2 days, through 10 different sessions, we hope to engage deeply with these issues, exploring pathway towards cooperation, security, and sustainable peace. It is my privilege to warmly welcome all distinguished speakers and guests. Honorable Governor Ata Hasnain sir, he joined us online. Mr. Daniel Benem, our keynote speaker. Mr. Brian Michael Jenkins, Dr. C. Raja Mohan, former Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri Tejendra Khanna Sahab, and many other distinguished delegates, scholars, and participants who have joined us from across the world. To further celebrate the legacy of Maharana Pratap, the Usanas Foundation has instituted the Maharana Pratap Fellow Award starting this year. The award recognizes individuals who embody the spirit of courage, integrity, and commitment to services inspired by ideals of Maharana Pratap. I am delighted to announce that the Maharana Pratap Fellow Award 2026 is being conferred upon Michael Barak, Senior Researcher at International Institute for Counterterrorism and Faculty of Reichman University, and Salahuddin Soyab Chaudhary, in recognition of his more than 10 decades of distinguished services in investigating journalism, international affairs, and security analysis. I would also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, sponsors, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, Dharmansh Foundation, Argate, Chunda Group of Hotels, NTPC, and Manipal Global for their generous support in making this dialogue possible. My sincere thanks also goes to our esteemed Board of Advisors, Ambassador Anil Trigunayak and Ambassador Ashok Sajanhar, whose constant encouragement and guidance have strengthened our journey. Thank you, sir. Throughout the year, Usanas Foundation organizes numerous dialogues, research initiatives, and policy engagements. This year, we have also begun work on our new back office facility, and you will shortly see a brief presentation highlighting some of our activities and initiatives. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to all of you to the Udaipur of a city of lake and a distinguished designated Ramsar wetland city, and to the Maharana Pratap Annual Geopolitics Dialogue 2026. I hope that the discussion over the next 2 days will be insightful, meaningful, and all contribute to building pathways from conflict towards consensus. Thank you, and I wish you all a very productive dialogue. Thank you so much. Preeti, presentation, please.
Thank you so much, Anita ma'am. Now I would like to invite Mr. Abhinav Pandya, founder and CEO of Usanas Foundation. Dr. Pandya, please.
A very warm welcome to MPAGD 2026. A very warm welcome to MPAGD 2026. I can see Governor-designate General Syed Atta Hasnan has joined. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. As we begin the 5th edition of MPAGD, this is also a very crucial moment for us. Our journey began amidst the COVID lockdowns in 2020 with online webinars. It was actually quite difficult to imagine a think tank based out of Udaipur. Most of the think tanks were in Delhi, so many people challenged us that, what's Usanas Foundation doing it in Udaipur? But it began as a small initiative, and today we are really humbled in this journey to build this platform called Maharana Pratap Annual Geopolitics Dialogue. I must begin with my sincere thanks to Ambassador Sumit Seth, who was Joint Secretary PP&R Division in those days, and he very keenly and enthusiastically supported this idea. And since then, the Ministry of External Affairs has been a constant partner, source of inspiration, and a great supporter in this initiative. During this journey, our mentors and advisors, Shri Rajendra Khanna Sahab and Ambassador Anil Trigunayat sir, helped us immensely build this platform. Ambassador Sajanhar's insights and guidance were truly helpful. Given our resource constraints, the enormity and the global image, the global prestige that this platform has acquired is very satisfying for us. Over the last 6 years, we have trained 100+ interns, and through Usana Scholars Program, we have made humble efforts to nurture the future generation of leaders in the field of security and international relations. MPAGD's pursuit of raising awareness in security and foreign policy discourse in smaller cities and towns has achieved significant milestones. Today, when we receive internship applications and registrations from smaller cities of India, that really makes us feel that our efforts have brought some change. MPAGD is also our effort to pay a sincere tribute to Maharana Pratap, who fought valiantly to guard his kingdom's sovereignty. The legacy that he established in the field of statecraft and diplomacy is crucial to the understanding of current-day challenges in many ways. As we begin this dialogue today, the world around us is fragmented, disintegrated, and disrupted. As think tankers, we have felt the direct impact of the war in West Asia. Over the last 1 week, we had to cancel several tickets and rebook many. That was the real direct impact of the war. I must really thank our foreign speakers and all the speakers who took the pain to reach Udaipur, taking unfamiliar routes and long layovers. It simply shows your commitment, dedication, and belief in our work. Thank you very much. Please applaud for yourself. Yeah. This year's theme is Chakravyuh to Shantipar, from conflict to consensus. Chakravyuh comes from the ancient Indian text of Mahabharata. It's a maze-like complex military formation, easy to get entrapped and difficult to come out. Today's geopolitics is indeed a Chakravyuh. Great power rivalries driven by ideological standoffs, tech competition, control over supply chains, strategic connectivity projects, form the cornerstone of today's world politics. Old Cobdenite beliefs of trade bringing peace and prosperity, they completely stand shattered with the weaponization of trade and tariffs. At the same time, disruptors, proxies, and hybrid actors work in the background, deeply impacting and shaping the trajectory of great power rivalries and wars. Hamas attack on 7th October began a series of wars in West Asia, which refused to stop. Pahalgam attack in India led to Operation Sindoor. Today's conflicts, rooted in religious ideologies, appear outlandish. However, on a closer look, it seems that we have not come very far from the era of crusades and medieval Europe, wars between Reformation and counter-Reformation forces, despite all the technological advances we have made as a human civilization. As we talk of the multipolarization of the world order, with oft-quoted expressions like the decline of the West versus rise of the rest, we must ask some fundamental questions. What does the rise of the rest means? Is it the rise of Islamist dictatorships and totalitarian autocratic governments with medieval values? No doubt the rules-based world order was not as rules-based as it was made out to be. There were imperfections. Still, it was the best of the world orders preceding it. Today, with multiple wars erupting in global theaters, with deep interconnections and overlappings, we are truly perturbed by a disturbing question. Are we moving towards Third World War? Think tanks and policy wonks hesitate to discuss this in public platforms. However, these fears are very real in the public perception. Over the next 2 days, the MPAGD sessions will observe, contemplate upon, and deconstruct the strategically ruptured world around us. In this humble effort to understand and make sense of the disruptions, our goal is to find consensus-based solutions based on what Finnish Prime Minister Alexander Stubb says, value-based realism. At USANAS, we strive to develop a realistic framework on IR, rooted in values and enlightened self-interest, instead of narrow transactionalism. In this pursuit of Shanti, the peace, India's spiritual legacy, firmly rooted in the ideals of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, is our guiding light. India is uniquely placed to play a pivotal role amidst these transformations. Many scholars call it a swing state and some even call it a new pole. I firmly believe that India has a huge potential. However, swing states also run the risk of being marginalized if they do not have the sufficient military, technological, and economic might. And to achieve that, India requires humongous efforts in education, economic transformation, and technology. With this, I'll end here. And before I move on before we move on to the next speaker, I must apologize for one simple thing. Most of the time, people invite their friends to Udaipur for destination weddings or tourism. But my humble apologies, I've invited all of you to Udaipur to discuss disruptions, hybrid actors, perhaps Hamas, Lashkar-e-Toiba, and the disturbances around us. Okay, sincere apologies for that. Thank you.
But just to add to what Dr. Pandya just said, thank you so much, Dr. Pandya, for having all of us here. We are still enjoying the hospitality and the city. So thank you. Thank you for your remarks as well. Now I would like to invite USANAS Foundation as Advisory Board Member and former Ambassador to Jordan, Libya, and Malta, Anil Trigunayaji, to deliver his opening remarks.
Namaskar. Honorable Governor General Atta Hasnain, at the outset, I would like to congratulate him for being consigned with such remarkable duties in the state of Bihar. Congratulations, sir. Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tejinder Khanna Sahab, Your Highness Maharaja Udaipur, it is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to welcome distinguished ambassadors, dear colleagues from the Ministry of External Affairs who have provided us a steadfast support in continuing with the 5th Maharana Pratap Annual Geopolitics Dialogue. I remember when we started off about 5 years ago, this was one of the major things, that are we still, despite the fluxity of several major think tanks, be able to do something here. But I must congratulate Abhinav and the team Usanas for living up to the expectations and going way beyond. I often say, and I am associated with a large number of think tanks, that the kind of discussions that we have had here in the past, including during the pandemic through webinars, I think are one of the finest and very focused on the issues that we are all going to discuss even today. Peace is a prerequisite for progress and development, but 2026 is a year of converging global crises. World is suffering from the VUCA and Bani syndromes. We are stuck in a Chakravyuh, yet aspiring for a Shanti Parv. Anarchy is the current order, since disorder and loss of faith in the so-called rule of law have led to vehement unilateralism, not only by the super or hyper powers, but even by the middle powers like Israel and Iran. UN has been made irrelevant, more so by the P5 countries and their irrational veto power, and their aversion to let anyone else or outsider come in through the much-awaited UN reforms. Now, some people even talk of bombing the UN and even ban the entry of the United Nations Secretary General to their countries. Now, we are living in those kind of times. We are also living in the times when a head of a state is picked up and kidnapped and taken, and a war is launched on a country just because you have a hunch that something was happening. Now, these are very interesting times. Very often we hear that President Trump is an isolationist. But I recall in one of our discussions at the VIF, a guy from the Heritage Foundation mentioned something very interesting. And he said, Trump is the worst isolationist ever. So that is very true. You have to see the US policies, because US is the hyperpower today. Even though they need friends to be able to do some things around the world, but despite that, they remain the only power which can operate anywhere in the world, and there is no doubt about that. For that, which kind of mindset they have, you need to see very recently released national security and national defense strategies of the United States. It seems that they somehow may have agreed to divide the world into spheres of influence, because there is some certain accommodation which China is being sought, whether through the G2 matrix or otherwise. We will come to know when President Trump next month visits Beijing. But overall, if one was to sum up, it is something like this: that dominate the Americas or the Western Hemisphere, respect China, live with Russia, retreat from the Middle East, and Middle East has this uncanny habit of drawing you back, suck you in, undermine Europe, despite Munich, ignore India, or use when you must, and give a damn about Africa. Now, that is how you could define today's policies of this. Today, the world is not de-risking only from China, but is also de-risking from the United States. Look at the European Union, Canada, India, and the global public opinion is changing against the United States. We have our friends from the US who will tell us that how this transatlantic alliance is going to be repaired and will move forward. Russia and China today call Trumpian quest as neo-imperialism. US designed institutions are being undermined by US and the West themselves through American exceptionalism and unilateralism, treating friends, enemies, and frenemies alike. In our Hindu mythology, we call them as samdarshi, treating everybody alike. So that's precisely what we are looking at. So India can take some solace in that kind of a thing when we were given a special treatment by our friends in the White House. Transactionalism, as Abhinav mentioned, may not be the thing, but it is the reality of the day. And it is not all too bad. It is good if you start from that premise. And I think that now India is also doing the same. We saw another star emerging basically at Davos this time. And that was so-called Governor Carney of Canada, who said about the rules-based order, and it's worth quoting. He said, "We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves from convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And they would exempt, and they did exempt actually. And he said, and we know that international law applied with varying rigor, depending on the identity of the accused or the victim." So true today. So Europeans are currently at a loss and trying to salvage their integrity, identity, and credibility, which has been undermined by both their closest friends and their hardest adversary in Russia. Rest of the world is simply trying to diversify, bide the time, and hoping for some sanity in the international discourse. President Trump's punitive tariffs against India have created a major rethink in India whether we were indeed a strategic pivot or we were simply a fair game in the process. We called Quad as Bharat Milap. But what do you do when Ram turns into a Ravana? As far as China and US rivalry is concerned, and we have experts from China, Ambassador Bambawale here and Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, I recall a comment by a friend of mine, Andrei Kortunov, who said that US foreign policy is like an advanced smartphone with a weak battery, and Chinese foreign policy is a smartphone with an overcharged battery, and both have the capacity to blow up. In any case, as Rubio said, that the 21st century will be the history of US-China relations. India will chairing the BRICS this year. When Iran is being attacked and is a member of the BRICS, we are yet to issue a statement with regard to the situation there. So we have our own, I should say, complexities to deal with. And the strategic autonomy is not something that India is doing. In fact, this has become the world's thing. Today, everybody is talking of strategic autonomy. And this is something that provides India a certain, I think, heft of being a champion of this. I hope we are able to continue to do that because there is no other option for countries like India in the civilizational context. So, in the end, I would like to just say, I know that we're here, General Hasnain sir is waiting there. Let me say what Dr. Jayashankar said in his book, and which is quite right, the way we are going to carry forward with our policy going forward. If we want to be a Viksit Bharat, we'll have to have a comprehensive power, a deterrent power. That is very important. So he said that our foreign policy has to be some mix of offense, defense, of hedging, prudence, of joining and rebalancing of the order, participating in deglobalization, of accelerating multipolarity, and utilizing the impact of technology. So purposeful pursuit of our national interest with local for global emphasis should help us navigate the global tides adroitly. I hope we are going to discuss a lot of issues as we have one of the finest minds present here, and will come up with certain solutions and credible ideas, especially for India, exactly how do we go forward from here. Thank you once again and wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Trigunayat. Since the dialogue is about celebrating and spreading Maharana Pratap's legacy and relevance in modern-day geopolitics and public policy, therefore it merits a thoughtful discussion, and I would like to invite now Dr. Pandya to felicitate Maharana Vishwaraj Singh Ji, a member of Rajasthan Assembly. Dr. Pandya, please come on the stage. And I would also like to invite Maharana Vishwaraj Singh Ji.
Maharana Vishwaraj Singh Ji Mewar, 77th custodian of the House of Mewar. Sir, first of all, thank you very much for joining us today. Your guidance, wisdom and insights have been truly blissful to us. Okay. You have been associated with Usana's foundation and with this dialogue ever since we started this, and this journey has been, would have been incomplete if Maharana Sahab would not have been with us. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay. And to felicitate Maharana Sahab, I'll invite our advisory board member, Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, sir. Okay. She'll announce the speech. Your speech.
Well, members of the foundation, distinguished guests, first of all, I would like to thank the foundation for inviting me here yet again and giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you. Some of you I've had the pleasure of meeting before, but for those whom I'm meeting for the first time, I begin with a short introduction of my family. Mewar is an area in the southeast part of Rajasthan, and my family established itself here about 1500 years ago. The first ruler was Bapa Raul, and during his time, the frontiers of the state extended well beyond what we know as today's Afghanistan. The checkposts that he established helped secure India from invaders from about 8th to the 12th century. Maharana Pratap was the 54th generation after Bapa Raul. His contemporary in this part of the world was Akbar of the Mughal dynasty. And it was at that time that Akbar was widely regarded as one of the most powerful rulers from this dynasty. The Mughal dynasty finding a foothold in this part of the world during the time of Akbar's grandfather Babur, and continuing till the great-grandson of Akbar, Aurangzeb, after which it began disintegrating. In fact, it began during the lifetime of Aurangzeb. Maharana Pratap's life is known to be a life of struggle. During his father's lifetime, that was Maharana Uday Singh Ji, Chittor, which was the capital of Mewar, fell to the Mughals. A large part of Mewar was under Mughal control, and Maharana Pratap had a choice, and he chose to fight for sovereignty, for independence, for dignity and self-worth. It is commendable that what one would consider as unsurmountable odds, where on one side you had Akbar, who controlled most of today what is India and Pakistan, and on the other side we had Maharana Pratap in Mewar. Another important reason why Maharana Pratap is held in very high regard is that he did not believe that the ends justify the means. It was this principled approach that he stuck on to, and sticking by this principled approach, he achieved most of what he set out to do. That is truly commendable, and that is why he is also held in very high regard. In all humility, I will say that there are other ancestors of mine who have achieved very high standards, but it is Maharana Pratap who has won the admiration and imagination of a lot of people, particularly over the last few decades. The flip side of this is that there are many individuals, organizations, and political outfits who freely use Maharana Pratap's name in the hope of securing any benefit that comes from alluding to it. while disregarding and casting away any lessons of integrity or intelligence that come with that name. Well, that is unfortunate, even exploitative, but that is the reality as it stands today. I have noted from your brochure that you have described me as a politician. Well, I am the 77th generation after Baba Raul, and this profession of mine is a very new profession, my first election being just about 2.5 years ago. As a matter of practice, whenever I go out of my constituency, which is Nadwara, I choose to be referred to by my family name, by just the family name itself, as usually that is the reason why I am invited, not because of any political position or affiliation. And on a lighter note, the connotations that come with the word politician, well, if it has to be said, I think a public representative would be a more comfortable way to describe my profession. I was told initially when these talks started and over the years that I should somehow draw a parallel or connect Maharana Pratap's time with the times of today, which itself is a very daunting task because we all know the world in the 16th century. There were treaties, there were alliances, there was trade, there was war, but the scope was far more limited than today. And today, the way the world is interconnected, I don't think anybody can truly describe the interconnectedness of this world, and even the experts may find it a challenge to truly estimate what would be the results of a decision of a state on another state, especially if the other state is not directly related to that decision, the size and stature of the states being important variables. We have seen the story of Ukraine continue, and now we see the situation in Iran, and then there are smaller episodes that all contribute towards the overall picture. And in wars, and especially in modern day wars also, ostensibly the wars are cloaked as though they are being territorial or motivated by religion, or one could say charity, so to speak, where you want to secure a more responsible government in a foreign land. But we all know that most of these wars, the root cause is either economics or control. Over the last 100 years, we have seen wars where often the victor and the vanquished both have faced economic ruin. And even today, there are countries that are in a precarious position, not because of any shortcoming of military strength, but because of their economic policies. Mewar has faced struggle for centuries. Maharana Pratap's lifetime was spent in struggling in war. He is known more as a warrior. But no war could have been sustained, no struggle could have been sustained without sound administrative and economic policies to fuel it. And over the centuries of struggle, Mewar has never faced economic ruin. And it is ironical that in today's times, when money is often given more importance than it should be, the countries of the world shy away from publicly acknowledging the importance of a responsible economic policy. Maybe democracies feel that they will have to face the backlash of a strict economic and disciplined economic policy, but a way has to be found. And when we speak of discipline in economics, it also includes the discipline of the government, the discipline for citizens. For if you continue to demand for rights without ignoring your duties, that is not the pathway to success or progress. Discipline as we knew it in the past and democracy, they both can and must be hand in hand. I end with what was the policy of Maharana Pratap, that the ends do not justify the means. Today it may be considered idealistic, impractical, but even then it is suited to be adopted so we can at least gauge as to how far from the ideal we have actually come. And it may be an hypothetical exercise, but if the leaders and thinkers of the world choose to try and imagine what the world would be if most of the world adopted this policy, we may come to some consensus. But be that a consensus or not, I'm sure the conclusion will be that the world will be a very different place and a better one at that. So I thank you all for inviting me here once again. My best wishes for the event, and I hope that our association continues in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights, and I would request you to stay on the stage as we are going to announce the Maharana Pratap Fellows Award. And the recipients couldn't be here in person. As you know, because of the ongoing war and the flight disruptions, I could just a while ago see Mr. Salahuddin Shoaib Chaudhry. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhry, for joining. And you can see the two recipients' citations over there. So the first name on the list is Dr. Michael Barak. He's a senior researcher at the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism and a faculty member at Reichman University. In recognition of his distinguished contributions to the study of global jihad, political Islam, and counter-terrorism. He also serves as a researcher at the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle Eastern and African Studies and a senior fellow at Usana's Foundation. His extensive research on radicalization and international relations in the Middle East, particularly focusing on Egypt, Turkey, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, together with his numerous scholarly publications and co-authored work on ISIS and the ideology of the Islamic State, has significantly advanced global understanding of contemporary security challenges. We congratulate Dr. Michael Barak on being awarded the Maharana Pratap Fellow 2026. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much. And sir, I would want you to say a few words for Mr. Barak. Yeah, sure.
Well, Mr. Barak, is he online? I do accept my congratulations, and I'm sure your work will really help and contribute towards finding a solution for a better world.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Maharana Pratap Fellow Award 2026 is also conferred upon Mr. Salahuddin Shoaib Chaudhry in recognition of his more than 3 decades of distinguished service in investigative journalism, international affairs, and security analysis. Beginning his career in 1989, he has held several prominent positions, including Chief Correspondent of TASS in Bangladesh and Special Correspondent for leading national newspapers such as New Nation and The Citizen, while also contributing internationally to France 24 and Radio Moscow. Since 2003, he has served as the editor and publisher of The Blitz, an English-language newspaper dedicated to geopolitics, counter-terrorism, and regional security affairs. His work has consistently focused on violent extremism, political Islam, and ideological radicalization in South Asia and the Middle East, and he is widely recognized as one of the journalists in the region to expose radicalization networks operating through certain madrasas and their alleged links to transnational terrorist organizations, including Al-Qaeda. Congratulations, Mr. Chaudhry, on being awarded Maharana Pratap Fellow Award. Thank you so much for joining online, and I would request you, sir, to say a few words.
Congratulations, Mr. Chaudhry, and I have learnt of all your efforts and contribution in the world of journalism. And we are always looking out for journalists and reading material that gives us an insight outside of what is in the mainstream media. And I'm sure your contribution was invaluable there. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. And now may I request Mr. Chaudhry to say a few words for a minute.
Of the Maharana Mewat Shri Vishwanath Singh, whose family carries forward the enduring legacy of Maharana Pratap, a symbol of courage, resilience, and independence. I sincerely thank Usana's Foundation for this recognition. For me, this fellowship carries special meaning because it bears the name of Maharana Pratap, a historical figure remembered not only for the courage but also for his unwavering commitment to dignity and independence. In many ways, Those values remain relevant today as our region confronts the challenges of extremism, disinformation, and geopolitical instability. As a journalist and researcher from Bangladesh, I have spent
The case over here. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary. And now is the time.
and
I can see you online.
the pluralistic tradition that define our society. I accept this fellowship with deep gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhary, for joining us online. We would have welcomed you over here, but thank you so much for your insights. May I request Mr. Michael Barak to say a few words, please.
Hi, dear guest. It's very honored to be here. The situation in Israel is not quite well, but I'm happy to be here now. And I would like to thank for the organizer, Dr. Abhinav, Preeti, and all of Sana's family for such a wonderful conference. It's really important to gather all of you and to have this important conference. I understood that I'm supposed to get a fellowship of Usanas for this year, so I'm very grateful for that. I hear myself double, like it's a little bit annoying, but I would like.
Datta Hasnain, I don't know, I can't recall having done so many shows with him on TV that I have managed to keep him quiet for so long. So I think this is the first time General Hasnain has been quiet. Isn't it, sir? Am I audible over there? Jai Hind, how is the Josh, sir?
Sound Bluetooth. Why is it here?
General Hasnain, am I audible over there?
ये इन्होंने म्यूट किया है। चैट बॉक्स सर उनको पता नहीं।
General Saab, am I audible? No, I don't think so. Can someone please call him? General Saab, am I audible now?
Please unmute लिख रहा है मगर हम यहाँ तो unmute उन्होंने किया हुआ है।
We cannot hear you. Can somebody unmute?
General Saab, am I audible? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Sir, I asked you a question. I think probably you missed out on this. Is this the first time you have been quiet for this long? It has to be the
Well,
first.
I suppose the only person who could keep me muted was you yourself.
Never on TV, sir. You would agree with me that you were always my go-to guest. Always.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, and I was proud of it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for joining, and it is an honor to welcome you as our chief guest, Lieutenant General Syed Datta Hasnain. Just to give a quick introduction, though he doesn't need any introduction, but still I would try. With his permission, PVSM, UYSM, AVSM, SM, VSM, and most prominently, Governor Designate for Bihar. Congratulations, sir. He also commanded the Indian Army's 15 Corps and 21 Corps. In 2018, he was appointed Chancellor of the Central University of Kashmir. He also serves as a member of National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA. A respected strategic thinker, he regularly contributes to various media outlets. That's where I met General Saab. And he has delivered lectures at several esteemed national and international institutions. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And I would like to invite Dr. Abhinav Pandya, just before General Saab do the book launch. Dr. Pandya, would you like to say a few words? General Saab, may we have the book launch? And the book, I would like to inform everyone over here, is The Jihad Game Inside Pakistan's Dark War, and written by Dr. Abhinav Pandya. As you can see it on the screen as well, The Jihad Game Inside Pakistan's Dark War. Dr. Pandya, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, General Hasnan, for inaugurating this book, launching this book, and it's a real honor for me. We have learned a lot from you and your writings on counterterrorism. In fact, your passion for Kashmir and your understanding of Kashmir gave me a real inspiration to study that part of our geography in its nuances, and because of that, I could do so much and definitely write a few books. Thank you very much for joining us today. Now, sir, I will not take much time because people are waiting here for your chief guest address. Thank you.
Do I commence?
Yes, sir. Stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all those great words that you just spoke about me. Mr. Tejinder Khanna, sir, Maharaja Vishwaraj Singh Darji, Ambassador Ashok Sajana, Ambassador Anurgunayat, Srimati Anita Jain, Dr. Abhinav Pandya, and the wonderful speakers across the domains who I have heard over the years. Most of them I can recognize sitting here. I bow my head to you. And distinguished participants. Firstly, many thanks to Uttanas Foundation for this invite, and apologies for doing this online. I had to run to Patna for the oath-taking ceremony, which is tomorrow. So I speak to you in the capacity of a designated Rajyapal and not a full-fledged one yet. I thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the trust reposed in me and the strategic community of India, so well represented here, for the knowledge and inspiration it imbibed in me. The MPAGD, or the Maharana Pratap Geopolitics has now evolved into a mature and well-respected annual event for taking stock of the realities of our time. I wish Mr. Tejinder Khanna, sir, and his team the best for the future. The theme of this dialogue, Chakravyuh to Shantipad, captures the reality of our time. The world today resembles a strategic Chakravyuh. Layered rivalries, technological disruption, fractured supply chains, and ideological contestation. All that is visible in the events which are unfolding in the Middle East today. The unipolar moment obviously has passed. We are entering a turbulent polar order. Power is being redistributed across military, economic, technological, and information domains. For India, this transition presents both opportunity and risk. India's central objective is clear: Viksit Bharat by 2047. A developed India must be economically strong, technologically advanced, militarily secure, and strategically autonomous. India's geography places it at the intersection of critical strategic theatres. Along our northern borders, unresolved to require constant vigilance, credible deterrence, and sustained infrastructure development. At sea, the Indo-Pacific has become the primary arena of global competition. For India, the Indo-Pacific is not merely a strategy, it is a civilizational and an economic continuum. Yet the decisive arena of power in the 21st century will increasingly be technology, artificial intelligence, cyber capabilities, quantum computing, and space technology are all reshaping geopolitics. Algorithms influence societies, cyber tools disrupt infrastructure, and satellites guide both commerce and conflict. India must therefore build technological sovereignty. Initiatives under the Atmanirbharta Bharat, from defense manufacturing to semiconductors and digital infrastructure, are all strategic necessities. Nations that depend entirely on external technologies risk strategic vulnerability. India's advantage lies in its talent, digital ecosystem, and innovation capacity. Harnessing these strengths responsibly will determine our place in the emerging global order. Space is another frontier of strategic competition. Satellite networks today underpin communications, navigation, intelligence, and disaster monitoring. Energy security forms the next pillar of resilience, as we are being made aware today. The global transition towards renewable energy must be balanced with reliable supply. India's leadership in solar energy initiatives reflects both climate responsibility and strategic foresight. But national power today also depends on resilience against non-traditional threats. Climate change, pandemics, cyber disruptions, and natural disasters now intersect with national security. Disaster management therefore becomes a strategic discipline. Early warning systems, satellite monitoring, artificial intelligence, and community preparedness must become central to national resilience. Non-state actors, proxy groups, cyber campaigns, and disinformation networks increasingly challenge traditional state power. And this is the era of hybrid war. Democracies must develop the ability to detect, deter, and respond across these gray zone domains. India's experience with terrorism has already demonstrated the persistence of such challenges. Yet, despite these complexities, India entered this era with significant advantages: a growing economy, a young population, technological dynamism, and a civilizational tradition of strategic thought. India's role in the emerging world order will increasingly be that of a bridging power, connecting the global north and the global south, linking development with sustainability, and shaping institutions suited to a multipolar world. The path from Chakravyuh to Shanti Parv will not be easy, but with resilience, strategic clarity, and technological strength, India can navigate this complex landscape and contribute to a more stable international order. I was also requested by Abhinav to make a comment on his outstanding book, The Jihad Game. So in the next 3 or 4 minutes, let me just make a small analysis. I'd like to briefly comment on this book, The Jihad Game, Inside Pakistan's Dark War. Dr. Pandya has earlier written 3 extremely useful books: Radicalization in India, An Explanation, second, and the third one called Inside the Terrible World of because they're all connected with issues coming out from Kashmir. His latest book examines Pakistan's long-run strategy of proxy warfare against India. Its central argument is stark. Jihad was converted into an instrument of state policy. Beginning in the 80s, Pakistan's military intelligence establishment built a network of militant organizations designed to wage sustained asymmetric war against India. Groups such as the Hizb ul-Mujahideen, the Lashkar-e-Toiba, and Jaish-e-Mohammed were not isolated actors. They formed part of a structured ecosystem supported by ideological networks, financial channels, and operational guidance. The Afghan Jihad provided the training ground. Kashmir became the battlefield. Abhinav's analysis highlights three elements of this ecosystem. First is the institutional patronage. Militant groups operated with varying degrees of support and protection from Pakistan's security establishment. Second, ideological infrastructure, where religious networks, radical literature, and transnational jihadist narratives reshaped the character of the conflict. And third, financial and logistical networks, charities, informal financial channels, and cross-border support systems sustained the militant operations over decades. The strategy allowed Pakistan to pursue conflict below the threshold of conventional war. Nuclear deterrence reinforced this model. It created a strategic umbrella under which proxy warfare could continue with reduced fear of escalation. The result has been a prolonged shadow war from 1989 onward. I think Abhinav's work is important because it examines not only incidents of terrorism, but the system that produces them, the ecosystem, so to say. For India, the lesson is clear. Proxy warfare is not episodic, it is structural. Therefore, the response must also be structural. Military capability, intelligence coordination, ideological resilience, economic development in the vulnerable regions, and international diplomatic engagement must all go hand in hand. India has made sufficient progress in counterterrorism and counterinsurgency. Yet the strategic challenge persists. Understanding the architecture of proxy warfare remains essential for shaping future national security strategy. In that sense, this book, The Jihad Game, serves as both an investigation and a warning. It reminds us that modern conflict is not always declared, but it is constantly fought. And it reinforces a strategic truth India must always remember. The battlefield of the future will extend far beyond the battlefield itself. So Dr. Pandya's understanding of culture is his strongest point. And in the world of hybrid warfare, this is what will hold him in great stead for the future. Lastly, success begets success. I can see how successful USANAS has been, as also MPAGD. You have taken the challenge and delivered under very challenging circumstances. I urge you to continue this and take this effort of strategic impact and studies all over the country's various tier 2, tier 3 cities. And I'm sure you will make a great success of it. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, General, for your insights. And before I let you go, I want to make a personal observation. While I'm really happy, and not just me, many journalists like me are really happy for you being appointed the governor of Bihar, but we are a bit sad too, because we no longer would have the opportunity to discuss or get your insights on developing stories like before. But may our loss be Bihar's gain. Thank you so much. Lots of congratulations. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much. Those are very kind remarks. And may I pay my compliments to this outstanding audience again. Thank you very much and God bless us all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Take care, sir. Jai Hind. So moving forward, may I like to invite Mr. Daniel Benem for his keynote address. Mr. Benem is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Arabian Peninsula Affairs, Distinguished Diplomatic Fellow, Middle East Institute, former Senior Presidential Speechwriter. Welcome, Mr. Benem. Stage is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you, Governor, Excellencies, Dr. Abiy, thank you for having me. It's good to be in a group that's united by the idiosyncrasy that we find a gathering like this just as interesting as a destination wedding. In giving remarks like this, I'm reminded of the old story about the playwright George Bernard Shaw, who had a friend who asked him, I have only 20 minutes to speak, how am I supposed to tell them everything I know? To which George Bernard Shaw responded, I recommend that you speak slowly. So I will do that. Let me just begin with a quick word about where I come from. I come from what could be described as a misspent youth, working as a Middle East hand and foreign policy speechwriter during the Obama and Biden administrations, most recently on the Gulf. And that vantage point offers certain insights into the current moment, I would say, but also it has its limits. In a Washington that is not only central to current events, but central to the climate of uncertainty that is part of the world these days. And sometimes more heat than light emanates from it. So it can be easier to see yourself from afar, and I will try to counterbalance that bias and look forward to hearing from all of you. The theme of this conference, moving from Chakravyuh to Shanti Parva, captures something essential about this moment. The Chakravyuh, as I understand it, is not a simple battlefield, but something closer to a dangerous spinning maze of death, a structure more easily entered than escaped. In our case, institutions that seemed stable that are now under strain, strategies that guided global cooperation that are now in question, breakneck technological changes rewriting the ways of work and the ways of war, growing gray zone of conflict, tectonic shifts in wealth and power that create temptations for aggression, and extremists, jihadists, and opportunists of all kinds crowding the margins. So having written for President Biden, I'm almost contractually obligated at this point in the speech, in any speech really, to quote an Irish poet. So I will do that. 100 years ago, as the world plunged into chaos, the poet William Butler Yeats wrote, "All changed, changed utterly. A terrible beauty is born." I think it's fair to say that we all feel the change, but none of us quite knows the terrible beauty that will come next. The futurist Ari Wallach calls this the intertidal period. A stretch of shoreline is exposed in a period like this when the tide pulls back before the next great wave arrives. It's a space between systems where old rules still shape behavior in the main, but don't necessarily solve and guide all the biggest problems and issues. The new rules are emerging, but they're fragile and incomplete. This kind of a system feels unstable because it is unstable. And at such moments, we can also find, amid the uncertainty, some of the most creative periods where people write new rules and rebuild institutions. So that's our Chakravyuh, and at the center of it maybe is the United States. The international order that America helped shape and lead from after 1945 and 1989, as we heard already, was far from perfect. It over-indexed on the priorities and prerogatives of those who were its architects. But nonetheless, it offered a degree of predictability, of stability, and of widespread prosperity in every region on Earth, including this one. Its erosion is already being felt in the rising prevalence of conflict from Ukraine to Sudan to Iran. One of our panelists later, Siraja Mohan, wrote compellingly about the myth of multipolarity or true rebalancing. Today, the United States remains deeply engaged in the world. Our alliances remain formally in place. Military capacity AI leadership, economic dynamism, and heft are still at the center of the international system. But I think what is quite different, and palpably different, is that the psychology of American foreign policy is shifting. The mindset is shifting, especially but not exclusively under the current administration. And the change that we're seeing, I think, is pretty clearly not isolationism. But where America's outreach once sought to provide certainty through rules and institutions, to most people in most places at least, today's leadership looks for unpredictability and boundary pushing to gain leverage and pursue the best transaction. So it's a dilemma because we are at once indispensable and unpredictable. And that is an acute dilemma for everyone else, and it's likely to become a chronic dilemma for the United States, I think. What we don't yet know is how much of this is about the singular person of a leader or his political successors, and how much is more structural, because there are structural factors at work here. Across the political spectrum, there is a skepticism of free trade and an embrace of a more assertive approach to closed markets. Even if tariffs are overwhelmingly unpopular, they'll be hard to reverse overnight. Strategic competition still commands a bipartisan support, even as President Trump softens it with economic cooperation and prepares to visit Xi Jinping at the end of this month, a date that may well tell us a lot about when some of the current conflicts will wrap up. Immigration has become a lightning rod, and some of the guardrails in our political discourse have fallen away. And I sometimes find it hard as a diplomat in remission to talk even about shared values between countries when fewer and fewer values are shared within them, frankly. There's a pervasive discontent about systems and institutions that is not going away, a fact that I think will be supercharged in America and everywhere else by the dislocations and the resulting politics of artificial intelligence. So those are structural shifts, but in our system, a great deal depends on the personal, on the worldview and attention of the president. The light does not shine evenly or predictably issue by issue, and the overall result is a kind of unsentimental, sometimes zero-sum transactional approach to economic relations, and a greater willingness to go to battle with America's friends to achieve that ambition, along with a skepticism of the institutions that America built, and as I said, an unsentimentality about some partnerships. In my view, all of this risks eroding the long-term sources of America's strength, its ability, above all, to convene and attract, and not just coerce and aggress, to enlist others in a shared project. You build this kind of power and trust, soft power, up in $1 and $5 bills, and you spend it down $10,000 at a time. So let me turn now to the rest of the labyrinth before I finally come to India. First, China, the only country with the will, capacity, and scale to fundamentally reshape the international system in the near to medium term. Maybe this is my Washington showing, but in January 2025, if you had told me that the United States would step back from so many core responsibilities and commitments, I would have thought that China would have done much more to fill the space, to rush to fill the space. Tony Blinken, my old boss, used to say that if America pulls back, someone else will step in, or nobody will. I have been surprised by the extent to which the someone else has not been China. Europe remains wary because of China's alignment with Russia's war in Ukraine. East Asia faces maritime and territorial disputes that have heightened concerns, even as partners faced high US tariffs. This doesn't mean that China has remained passive at all. It successfully weaponized its strong position on rare earth minerals to push back uniquely against US economic pressure. It welcomed leaders from across the world, many who were sending a message to Washington, and it gained ground in Southeast Asia and to a lesser extent globally, but its focus has not been on reorganizing the international system. It's been more on expanding its own heavily subsidized manufacturing, which does not offer others an escape from the economic coercion they faced. Nor has Russia offered the countries that path out of the geopolitical maze. Preoccupied with its own imperial overreach in Ukraine, Russia is the beneficiary of some of Trump's policies, including rising energy prices. But it's not the architect of a new order, it's the scavenger of an old one. If American leadership has become less predictable and the usual suspects are not stepping forward as alternatives, where does that leave the rest of the world? A key answer is that middle powers are becoming more assertive, more active, more creative. As you've heard Mark Carney spoke at Davos about ruptures in the international system in which middle powers have to contend with weaponized interdependency. I think Carney's vision in some way rhymes with the older spirit of non-alignment, but I actually heard something quite different beneath it. Countries like Canada are not non-aligned. They are allies and partners who know that true independence in areas like AI or defense is not realistic or desirable, but do seek a greater degree of autonomy. They're trying to see the world clearly, and they're trying to think more carefully about their dependence, including on the United States. Now, as an American, that is not a trend I'm particularly comfortable with, though I do understand why they're doing it. And I think future US policy will have to contend with this sentiment, and knowing that every 4 years creates a new uncertainty will only compound that challenge. I think one of the ironies of this moment is that US positioning has created a whole wave of international cooperation, especially in trade. It's just that the United States hasn't always been at the center of it. Across regions, countries are establishing new networks of cooperation. The India and the EU is a prime example, Europe and Mercosur, China and ASEAN. And I think, stepping back, these are mostly positive developments. They're well short of a substitute international order, but they're a useful part of one. And there's something that the United States can hopefully build on in the future. And there is important multilateral US economic cooperation underway. Pax Silica to govern AI and tech cooperation, which India has signed on to. Critical minerals cooperation, and even the so-called Board of Peace. Idiosyncratic to be sure, but cooperation nonetheless. So groupings like the Quad reflect this belief in flexible geometry, which exists across administrations. And I think, frankly, networks like that are becoming critical international infrastructure that we neglect at our own peril. All of which brings me, and you'll forgive me for taking the long way around, to the all-important US-India relationship. For 2 decades, both countries moved, gradually but seemingly inexorably, beyond the mistrust of the Cold War to build a strategic partnership that was grounded in the premise that closer ties between the world's largest democracy and its oldest could underpin a more stable world. CT, defense, tech, trade, these were just some of our successes, nuclear and others. Now, 2025 was a difficult year, I think, in ways that surprised me and many others when it came to this relationship. Trade disputes surfaced, migration policies and the discourse around them generated friction, and the symbolism of political interactions raised questions. All of this damaged trust, which is the rare earth mineral that powers international relations. Precious, hard to find, even harder to refine for use, and in chronically short supply everywhere. But I would say that it's important to distinguish between friction and fracture. The fundamentals of the relationship, in many ways, remain stronger than they seem. Both countries have a deep concern for the stability of the Indo-Pacific and the peaceful management of China's rise. Both societies remain profoundly connected through education, entrepreneurship, migration, and family. And frankly, that's been a great gift to the United States, even if it's not always fully appreciated through the warped lens of politics as practiced on social media. So I still believe what Vice President Biden said when I traveled with him to India a dozen years ago, which is that America welcomes India's rise, and the US-India partnership can and will be a defining relationship of the 21st century. And this relationship, I would say, is a 75-25 issue across Washington, even if the 25 have a particular salience at this time. So the fact that there's now a US ambassador here with the president's ear is a very good thing. Progress toward an economic agreement is a very good thing. All of these are encouraging signs. And I think that the next phase of this relationship is an opportunity for even more bold and creative thinking. Some of what I consider to be the best minds in Washington have begun to conceive of US partnerships in terms of scale to compete with China. Industrial scale, population scale, geopolitical scale. Instead of exchanging security for loyalty, these re-envisioned alliances and partnerships would be more about joint capacity building, using complementary pieces and shared responsibility, whether it's the defense industry, AI, or trade. And I think US-India ties are ripe for this kind of thinking. Jake Sullivan and Kurt Campbell have spoken about the possibility of a new kind of US alliance with India, not one based on security guarantees, but on core, faithful strategic alignment across domains. These A words alignment and alliance, maybe tough ones for India's enduring strategic sensibilities. But as we look forward and plan for the long term, we should think about how to make lasting commitments that reflect the importance of our ties and manage our differences. Another place where India's growing role is appealing to the United States is in building connectivity across West Asia. As the top State Department official for the Gulf from 2021 through 2024, I saw firsthand the importance that Gulf leaders place on this region, on India in particular, not as a source of labor or a destination for investment, but as a rising superpower and genuine strategic partner in the UAE, but also Saudi, Qatar, Oman, and beyond. This is something that the United States should enthusiastically encourage, including transcending regional divides within and between regions to create infrastructure corridors from the Mediterranean all the way to the subcontinent. India is a natural partner for the kind of economic transformation that is happening in the Gulf, as are we. But at the moment, just like us, India must contend with competing visions for this region's future. The last vestiges of the post-1979 order, embodied by Iran, the military dominance and assertiveness of a post-10-7 Israel, and the Gulf's own pre-2030 vision of interconnectedness and transformation backed by détente. So the current conflict, I would say, also reflects a shift in how the United States uses force. In this case, the use of force was elective and was envisioned as limited. And it leaves behind recent US doctrines since Colin Powell, that you should not go to war unless you know how the war ends, and that what countries you break, you own. This is kind of an experimental phase in the US use of force, not unprecedented in US history, just a break with the recent past. I think that some of its strategic limitations are on full display right now in ways that I hope are instructive going forward. I think the likeliest outcome in Iran will represent a post-1991 Iraq, a hardened regime left in place, sporadic strikes from beyond the horizon, and an unresolved issue that tempts further conflict. Perhaps over time, and I hope this is correct, Iranians will find a better solution for themselves. But add that to the prevailing uncertainties of this moment, another twist in the maze. So let me conclude by returning to the broader themes of this conference, how to achieve cooperation from chaos. Despite the turbulence, I still believe in the enduring principles of the international system, and so do many Americans. The basic idea of the inherent worth of human beings, the recognition that there are certain challenges, as cliched as it is to say in the era of globalization, that no country can solve alone, from counterterrorism to climate to AI, that sovereignty matters, that war should be a last resort for all countries, even the most powerful, and that as we shed some long-standing assumptions, we should hold on to the idea that treating other nations with respect still matters. These principles are all subject to interpretation and have all been honored in the breach by America and many others. But they're all part of any future order that's worth building. I would also say that the United States has a distinctive role to play in sustaining that architecture, and not just because we're of our size. Like any country, the United States makes mistakes and goes down regrettable paths. But history has shown what I would say is a remarkable capacity for self-correction, adaptation, and renewal. Post-Vietnam, post-Iraq, post-financial crisis, even post-COVID. Okay, maybe don't contemplate that list for too long. But I would not bet against US resilience or against our ability to navigate our partnerships, especially the most important ones, and especially this one. A final principle of the world we seek is the interconnectivity of people, which is a great strength. That is the secret ingredient of our relationship, and it's very much something that I believe is worth renewing from now into the future. I've now spoken long enough and maybe even done a bit of what Donald Trump might call the weave. But what makes gatherings like this one is so worthwhile is actually the chance to listen. So I will stop there and look forward to a spirited dialogue and a chance to hear from each of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benem, for keynote address. Now I would like to request Dr. C. Rajamohan to come on stage and deliver his special remarks, Trump and Beyond, Rethinking the Global Order. So please come. And while he takes the podium, I would like to give you a brief introduction about him. Should I? No need to say? Okay, I leave that to you, sir, then.
Golden rule is to keep the bios short, so I know most of the people here, so yeah. So wonderful. I want to begin by thanking Abhinav for inviting me for this very prestigious annual dialogue that is taking place. And I think this is part of a larger widening of the discourse beyond Delhi. I think foreign policy is too important to be left to Delhi, and I see across the country different groups, different organizations are really beginning to debate geopolitical issues. You also see how much of interest there is today in the geopolitical issues. If you look at YouTube, you look at X, the extraordinary participation. Some of it might be crazy, but I think there's a genuine democratization of the discourse that brings in a wider range of audience. So I really want to congratulate the foundation for bringing it to this part of the world and expanding it. You've seen already, I think Daniel had covered a lot of the ground. What I want to do is to come to it from the perspective of the world order in terms of the big changes that are taking place and look at what it means for India, how India is adapting to it. I would say in the beginning, maybe I'd given the liberty to twist the subheading here. We're really not moving from Chakravyuh to Shantipar, but actually we are moving from a Shantipar to a Chakravyuh situation. That is, the relative peace and harmony of the last 3 decades, certainly post-1991, that is breaking down. And at the same time, therefore, we are moving from consensus to actual conflict. So the question is, how do we manage this? How does India manage this transition that is taking place from consensus to conflict? And I think that is the big story. I think I'll focus on some of that. I think there are moments when what you think permanent turns out to be contingent. That seemingly strong structure actually suddenly looks weak and up for a fundamental change. Similarly, what you think as enduring features of international system actually turn ephemeral, transient. Therefore, you have actually a moment where the fundamentals seem to change in a very, very rapid form. There are at least 4 broad areas, I think, where change is taking place. I want to concentrate on some of them. For example, on the question of the international economic architecture, on the question of the United Nations, on the issue of alliances, and then the issue of the understanding of what we think of the West as a collective institution. And I think in all these 4 areas, there is change. But before we get there, I think it's important to note, is Trump a catalyst or a product of this change? And I think part of the problem in debating many of the issues relating to changing world order is there's so much focus on this one individual because, his craziness or his style, his approach to issues, the language he uses, all these lead us to excessively focus on the personality of Trump and the kind of things he says and does at this point. But I think it's important to remember what is happening today under Trump's aegis is really deep and structural change that is unfolding, that we can even think of him as merely facilitating or accelerating the change that was built into the international system over the many years. So let me quickly touch upon the 4 issues, and then we can come to the India question. I think the first is the Bretton Woods institutions. At the end, towards the end of the Second World War, just a few months before it came to an end, the structure of the Bretton Woods institutions, what we now call, at least 3 of them. One was the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank or the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And then there was a third, now it's forgotten, it never took off, the International Trade Organization. That these 3 institutions were supposed to shape the new world that was coming out of a prolonged world war. And before it, the big economic crash, the the global turbulence that was created by the protectionism across the world, and the need to recreate or create a fresh set of institutions under the American leadership. Since America was standing tall, the US took the lead in creating these institutions. The Monetary Fund to coordinate global monetary policies, the Bank for Reconstruction and Development to facilitate a world that was ravaged by the Second World War, and an international trade organization that to move away from the protectionism of the interwar period to one where a set of new rules where everybody would reduce tariffs and would promote trade within the world. I think these are the three elements of the Bretton Woods institution, and I think all of them are being challenged very, very deeply by Trump at this point. For example, on trade, the challenge of the WTO system, which came out of the GATT system, the attempt at weaponizing the monetary fund, the dollar architecture that the system had relied on over the years, that what was once seen as a coordination of global economic system under reconstruction, under the leadership of the United States. Today, we've seen how the US has turned using that, weaponizing it. Therefore, the faith or the belief in this and the need to create alternatives, whether it is the Chinese leadership in the BRICS Bank or of a whole range of new institutions looking beyond the dollar dominance that are being created. So therefore, you have actually both a Trump questioning and challenging the trade system, but at the same time, you have actually others are trying to salvage what you can with it. The second, I think, is really the UN system. We saw the creation of the Board of Peace, fundamentally saying, if you see all the language that Trump has used before the Board of Peace was created, essentially arguing that the UN Security Council was no longer really serving the function that it was supposed to do of looking after the world's peace and security. Now, this is not a new critique, actually. If you go back to 1945, the notion of the four policemen, that the four major powers acting in concert would maintain peace and security in the international system, but that never really took off. I think the Cold War essentially prevented that coordination. Within the first 2 years itself, the idea that the four powers would act together to produce peace in the international system, that never took off. In fact, it was the Cold War. So the UN was always dysfunctional. So it's not a new thing today. The only illusion, if we can say, was after the collapse of the Soviet Union, when China was still not a great power challenging the system, for a moment there was the Western illusion or expectation that somehow the original purpose of the UN, that it will be supranational, a transnational organization that will look beyond sovereignty and produce a set of new ways of dealing with global peace and order. But I think, unfortunately, that hope that the UN would become like that had actually collapsed thanks to some of the America's own policies, what it tried to do in Iraq, for example, which saw the opposition of China and Russia, as well as France and Germany, to question the American attempt at unilaterally trying to do things. And today, I think we've gone back to where we were, I would say, at the beginning of the Cold War, where the UNSC does not really act as a group. So I don't think anyone takes the UNSC seriously in terms of what it can do. So that's why the creation of a substitution, the alternative institution, like the Board of Peace, it had a mandate of 2 years. But to see the scale of the mandate that was given, it was approved by a 13-0 mandate in the UN Security Council that the peace in Gaza, the responsibility will be handed over to one man, not by designated as the President of the United States, but Donald Trump. If you read the annex to the Security Council Resolution 2803, it is actually handing over a most volatile region to one person. Now, Russia and China abstained. Everybody else actually supported the resolution. And in fact, the resolution would not have passed but for the fact that the 8 Arab and Muslim countries actually offered the first framework for why Trump's Gaza peace plan was the way to go forward. So the very people who were talking about genocide in Gaza were actually now saying the US will take the lead. After all, US, you can say, was complicit, or US was very much part of what was happening in Gaza before that for 2 years. So therefore, here you have, I think, if you just take the discourse on face value, it's very easy to get mistaken, given what the resolution that was approved by the 8 Arab and Muslim countries, which then United States took to the Security Council, and the Chinese and the Russians could not oppose it because you had a backing of much of the Middle East. So I think there you are now. And Trump, once he got that authorization, now talks about constructing a larger global agenda based on the Board of Peace. So it's not clear, I mean, that it will work, or how long it will work, what will be its mandate. But you've seen again countries who were initially skeptical joining as observers. So you have actually, everyone has to find a way to deal with the reality, whatever the criticism that they might have. So there we are. I think the idea of peace and security, function of the Security Council is being handed over to a different set of a group led by the United States. A third area, I think, alliances. While Indians don't think much of alliances, but the fact is alliances were critical throughout history, that alliances shape geopolitics, and what we had was really the post-war construction of US alliances, both in Eurasia, if you broadly will, NATO in Europe, as well as the bilateral alliances with Japan, Korea, Australia, and others in East Asia. So this structure, whatever one might think of it, was critical for the maintenance of security. It was not the United Nations Security Council, but it was really the alliances that the US led. But today you have actually the US president largely dismisses these alliances as countries that were ripping off the United States for their own benefit, and that you need to recast these alliances in a different form. I don't think the alliances are broken down, but the terms under which the alliances are being organized between US and Europe, between US and its Asian allies, that is profoundly changing. And I think we've seen some response already in terms of countries, whether it is in the question of defense spending, whether it is on the question of burden sharing. For example, if Germany keeps its promise of spending 5% on defense, or 3.5% specifically on defense and the rest infrastructure, you're going to have a Germany that will be spending $200 billion on defense by 2030. It will make it the third largest defense spender after China, of the United States and China. So this is going to be, I think, in terms of what Trump has unleashed, is going to be a profound change in the way the defense spending is going to be distributed. Much of the developed countries were quite happy to leave it to Uncle Sam to do all the dirty work, but Uncle Sam is saying, no, you have to look after yourself. I might be there to help you with the nuclear weapons, with other stuff, but then Germany has to spend more, Japan is going to spend more. So for the structure of the Eurasian geopolitics, then what we see is going to be fundamentally altered in terms of the next few years, how this will play out. Finally, I'd come to the last aspect, which is the idea of the West. I know our Russian friends love the idea of a collective West, that there is something called the West. In a sense, post-1945, there's something called the West. The notion of that West is expanded after the Cold War. But today, the core assumptions of that West are breaking down. For example, what was a liberal international project, the West, you could say, once the battle with communism began at the end of the Second World War, the liberal international project of the West now today is being increasingly framed as a civilizational project. That is, those of us in India who love the civilizational state, I think I would say you should step back and think, when the Americans say, when the MAGA today says civilizational project, what they're saying is a religious nationalism, one that is speaks about the particularities of identity politics. There's the superiority of the Christian civilization. They're talking about immigration is bad. They're talking about a structure which is actually racial, which is based on a very cultural, religious identity. That's what when today MAGA, or when you see the US national security strategy, talks about the civilizational project, which I think it tells you how this change of the West from a liberal project to a cultural project, it has severe consequences. Some of it we already see Indians in terms of the immigration and a range of issues. It's going to get probably a lot worse. So there you have the but of course the way Europe thinks about it is different. But there are groups today within the US, within Europe, which actually aligned with the MAGA view, say make Europe great again. So there are groups today who raise questions on immigration, raise questions about freedom, how the question of what are the core values of liberalism at home in domestic politics, as well as in international politics. Those issues are today being raised in a fundamental way. And I think this contestation of what liberalism is the biggest contest, I think, that's going to unfold. And that in this, actually, there's no such thing as a collective West. Actually, there are contending views within the West. And I think how those contests play out in the coming years will do a lot to change the international system. And I think this is something we need to follow very, very closely. So finally, I would say, so what is India doing about all these big changes? One, on trade. If you talk to the Commerce Ministry negotiators, they're always talking about WTO as the ultimate authority. But we're cutting bilateral deals. Well, there are going to be WTO is going to be used for anti-dumping, a whole range of actions today. What India has done in the last 8 years was really to negotiate bilateral trade agreements. India has never done so many free trade deals in such a short period of time. It's almost shocking to believe that India is signed. And what is interesting is all these FTAs are with the Western countries. UK, US, EU, Australia, New Zealand, you name it. So this is actually, for a country that was looking to look east, what our initial trade pacts were all with the East, today all its trade pacts are with the West, which are complementary economies to India rather than the competitive economies of the East. And that is a big fundamental shift in India's economic orientation. Second, I think on the UN, we'll keep talking about the UN. We want a permanent seat on the Security Council, but I've always believed that it's not going to happen. So the question is not whether you get onto the UN Security Council or not. It has useful roles, but what is really is how do you expand your influence on the international decision making? So this needs, I think, how you use different international institutions, how do you participate in various other institutions is going to be far more critical than merely saying we'll get into the UNSC. By the time if we ever get into it, probably it doesn't mean very much. The key is really if India is going to be the third largest economy, your third largest military spender, your effects on the world body will come from your national capabilities and your capacity to mobilize that to make international arrangements. That's what matters, and not merely a seat in the Security Council. On the alliances, of course, we remain against alliances, but I see what India has done with the Quad. There's going to be a lot of discussion here. What we're doing in various plurilateral coalitions that we have built, Mineral Security Partnership, Pax Silica, you name it. I mean, that in the last decade, India has signed on to a large number of coalitions, most of them again in partnership with the West, rather than with the other side, with the exception of BRICS and SCO. But then they've had problems of their own. Finally, I would say the question of the liberalism. I think that idea, how India engages with the arguments within the West on the question of liberal values, that I think we've not had much of a debate, but I think this is going to be with us for a while. So let me stop here. And finally say that we are going from a Shantipa, a period of relative harmony and global cooperation, to one of increasing contestation. So navigating this would require a lot of thinking and not, and you're going to see a lot of confusion. One day you're buddy of the US, next day you're not, so the kind of competing signals on what India does are going to be even more because we are in the middle of a turbulent a transition moment in the international system, and that the need to move from, as we move from consensus to conflict, then the question becomes, how do we come out of this at a higher place than where we are today? And I think that is the key question, and for that I think we need a very, very dynamic approach and a geopolitics that will help us actually go through this period of turbulence to come out with the greatest say, with greater comprehensive national power. And I think that should be the core objective. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raja Mohan. And often when I get to hear the words like turbulence and transition, I always get reminded of change is permanent. So we are always changing, always in the state of transition. So without taking a second more, I would like to share with you 10 minutes tea break, and these 10 minutes are going to be Swiss time. board, where great powers maneuver for dominance in politics, economics, technology, and security. Big question is, will the US-China rivalry redefine global leadership? Can Russia's assertive posture and Europe's quest for influence coexist without sparking greater instability? How will emerging powers disrupt the established order? As the pieces move, the central question remains, who will checkmate whom in this century's great game? For the session chair, I would like to invite Ambassador Sujan Shenoy on the stage, please. Ambassador Shenoy. Yeah, so please come on the stage. Dr. C. Rajamohan, who needs no introduction. Dr. Abhinav Pandya. Ambassador Mayank Singh, Joint Secretary, Eurasia Division, Ministry of External Affairs, and Ambassador Trigunayat. Just start the discussion. I've kept it short and crisp.
Sure, perfect. Just a small intervention. So now we are beginning formally with our sessions and panel discussions. I'll request all the speakers to adhere to the time limit because we are already running behind our schedule. And I'll request all the session chairs to be very strict with the time limit because we have kept like 50 minutes to 55 minutes for each session, and each speaker will have about 7 to 8 minutes to finish their answers. And those questions can be asked in one round or two rounds, whichever way the session chair prefers. Okay? Yeah. नहीं नहीं ये बोलना ही पड़ा माइक
Well, thank you very much. It's a great opportunity to be here in Udaipur, and I thank the Usanas Foundation for this invitation to participate in the Maharana Pratap annual Geopolitics dialogue. I find it very difficult to hold a mic in one hand and A4 size paper in the other. I was almost tempted to go up there and speak, but I shall refrain from doing so. But to be frank, the line begins from where I stand, as far as I'm concerned. So the 1 hour that was given to us begins now, and we'll do our best to adhere to the timelines that you've suggested. So let me begin by saying that we have an excellent panel. They need no introduction. And my first observation is, in fact, the one that I actually picked up at the Raisina dialogue the other day, when the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Khatibzadeh, he wryly said that Iran as an ancient civilization is used to playing chess on the geopolitical stage, whereas the United States of America was clearly playing American football. The implication, as far as I was concerned, was very clear, that no matter the economic and military power asymmetry between the Iranians and the United States, Iran was clearly looking to play the long game. And therefore it should come as no surprise to anyone that the war has not ended. Today is the 14th day. Nobody is clear about the objectives of the war, not even Washington. This raises some fundamental questions about the definition of the chessboard today in an era of great uncertainty and flux. Who exactly are the giants? This is the language used for our session. Are there really any giants? Countries can be considered giants not only because of the size of their militaries or economies, but the kind of leadership that they provide for global good. And neither the United States nor China have exactly turned out to be exemplars in this regard. What then are the unfolding great power rivalries in the 21st century, and what do these mean for the rest? History is important. Around a similar time, 200 years ago, the Westphalian Compact began to fray with the Napoleonic Wars, and the colonial age and the power of the Industrial Revolution fueled ambitions in the West, setting off a race for colonial possessions and resources. Now, it's quite obvious that all rising hegemons are opportunistic, going by the theory of structural realism. The 19th century saw the rise of a united Germany under Bismarck. At the start of the 20th century, Germany was engaged with Britain in a naval competition for supremacy, building their own versions of the very large dreadnoughts, as they were called then. And Japan was also militarizing and trying to carve out a sphere of influence in the Far East. So today, when we look at the international order, it's very clear that the rules-based international order represented by UN structures is in the ICU, and I think, Raja, you also referred to it in your remarks. But by the way, it was imperfect to start with. In fact, inequality was inherent in the establishment of the United Nations in 1945, given the privileged P5 and their veto status and other exceptionalism. But it's the only order that we have. And yet it cannot endure without the fullest support of the United States. And it doesn't have the support today of the United States. So this disillusioned United States, in my view, has abandoned traditional forms of multilateralism in favor of exceptionalism. It is demonstrating its awesome economic and military power outside the normative order in what we call the empirical order. And that is why we have to be very clear about how we see the world today. A few more points. The current Iran war, and this is to provoke you all also, is, in my view, a virtual warning to all that the United States considers exceptionalism for itself as a norm today, to be challenged only at great risk. And yet the US inability to force Iran to surrender, or for that matter to end the war in Ukraine, clearly demonstrates the limits of US power. China cannot be compared to Venezuela or Iran, and yet of course there is today a kind of broad and tacit assessment that neither the United States nor China wish to push the envelope of conflict too far. My view is, and I hope you disagree with this view, one, if not more of you, is that Pax Americana and Pax Sinica are a chimera, absolute chimera. Neither the United States nor China are willing to take on the responsibilities of global leadership. Both are focused on narrow national interests. America's rejection of traditional multilateralism, is well known, but it also has great allergy towards multipolarity, and that's where I think it really, conflicts with the vision that India has of itself and its own rise. So I think we need to address this. The odds are great today against multipolarity and multilateralism, and yet the foundations of both these are strong and cannot simply be wished away. Now, I want to also say that there are a lot of definitions here. We talk about middle powers, we talk about major powers, we talk about the global south, but these are all spectrums. And there's no real structure, there's no real convergence, even within the global south, within the spectrum of middle powers, we can actually be at odds one with the other. Now, there are a few questions, broad questions that I want to raise. Has the law of unintended consequences today created a situation where US action in the empirical space, not so much in the normative order, but in the empirical space has actually led to a complete, spoken earlier, Raja, you also mentioned the fact that the West really is redefining itself. So we are seeing for the first time some cracks developing within the OIC, and the Iranians, in fact, I would imagine, would be very keen to get the Gulf Arabs to enter the fray, because that is one way where they will be able to unite the Muslim Ummah and the Islamic world around themselves by pointing out that the Gulf Arabs, in any case, were never really true champions of Islam, and they have sided with Israel in a war, that is being waged by a lone Islamic representative called Iran. So these are some of the questions that arise. Among this din and lack of clarity, I would say that it is India that offers a values-based future for humankind, a surer path, with the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam and Vishwa Bandhu. India's strategic autonomy too has served it well. I genuinely dislike the use of the term swing state for India. It greatly demeans India's civilizational history, its ability to practice strategic autonomy. It reduces us to a country that is going to be led by the nose in another capital somewhere in the world. And it denies us the chance to claim our own rich civilizational heritage at a time when the United States is actively engaged in burnishing its own credentials by a vicarious claim to European heritage. There is no reason why India should shy away from its own strategic autonomy, its own civilizational ethos. And there is therefore every hope for us. I now begin with Professor Rajamohan. I summarize a question for you. Maybe you can use about 5 minutes to respond. I'll come back to you again. In the current moment, is the 21st century moving towards a new Cold War or towards fractured multipolarity? What is the wider impact of Sino-US trade and technology contestation when decoupling from either is difficult for the rest of us?
Yeah, just 3 quick points. I mean, I think one, since we have the grand chessboard, I think it's important to remember the Shatranj ke khiladi, those you know, lost the game. That you might be playing chess, but when the forces of a bigger kind begin to come in, they're the ones who win eventually. That you can be. So I think this kind of a sharp kind of premises don't always work. Again, to Satyajit Ray's film, the first film, Pather Panchali. When Apu is growing up, at the distance, every half an hour you hear a little train going by. You don't see the train. You just hear the noise of the train. Here, the world of rural Bengal was going to be transformed by modernization. So I think even Iran, it can win battles, just as Maharana Pratap won many battles. But the strategic war that of a new set of forces coming, dealing with that, I think, is a challenge. That you can win any number of battles, but still lose the war. I think that's the kind of place we are in at this point. The two main points you asked, I mean, one, we're not in a Cold War, because the Cold War was about US and Russia, US and Soviet Union, with their completely different economic systems. So you could say ideology, there were different economic models. But today, China is the second most successful capitalist country outside the United States. So it's really, already there's so much of economic interdependence, on the technological interdependence. Therefore, it is not going to be a simple battle, but within them, cooperate, compete, collaborate, that's what it's going to be. And I think dealing with that is going to be a lot more complicated than dealing with the US-Soviet rivalry in the Cold War. On the question of the second part, you talk about multipolarity. Look, here again, I mean, I would differ with the majority view that America is in decline. Actually, all evidence points to America's relative power vis-a-vis the other major powers has actually grown. I'll just give you one example. I mean, in 1990, Japan was 65% of American GDP. Today it's 13%. In 1995, the EU and the US had the same GDP. Today, EU is around 60% of American GDP. So I think America is growing even at 3%. So I don't think we should put ourselves into this false notion of an American decline. How they squander that power is a different story. But the fact is, America's relative power has grown at $30 trillion. They lead the world today, and I think in the technologies. So I would say the challenge for us is between US and China, between US and Russia, the question is how do we navigate it to strengthen our national power rather than with any preconceived notions that we got to see what's in our interests and how do we build on that. Because decoupling, even from China, after Galwan, we saw the kind of restrictions we imposed, we're just lifting some of them. So it's going to be, as the second largest economy, as a number one economy, it's going to be very hard to break away from that.
But Raja, is it really possible to have a Pax Americana? I mean, you know better than I do that the United States of America became the world's largest economy way back at the end of the 19th century. And it became the world's most potent military power at the end of the Second World War. And yet, after all these decades, we still don't have a Pax Americana. There never was a Pax Americana. And at $30 trillion today, you still have, a China, a Russia, and others that can thwart the very notion of a Pax Americana. So what's your thought on
I
that?
think when we say Pax Americana, actually, even at the height of American power in the Second World War, at the end of Second War, US was not controlling every aspect of the world. Concentrated on Eurasia, they already had the dominance of Latin America. You concentrate on Western Europe and Northeast Asia. That's it. A large number of spaces were left free. So I think the Pax Americana gives the notion that there's a single power controlling everything. I don't think that situation ever existed.
I'm glad you agree.
The second part, I think, is power has diffused. There are more number of actors with more power today and agency. But their ability to combine, which is the BRICS, they're unable to combine because the contradictions between India and China, between Russia and China.
Isn't that true of the West as well?
Yeah,
the West is not able to combine. NATO is not able to
but
combine.
the West doesn't have to
the
combine.
Europeans are not able to
The
combine.
West doesn't have to combine because America unilaterally acts today. It's single-handedly changed the trade rules in the last 1 year. It's single-handedly trying to change the Middle Eastern geopolitics. It's single-handedly trying to change the technological order. So that's the reality. Now, that doesn't mean they do everything. They're not God. The question is, within this complex world, how do we navigate it? But the notion, somehow you can create a new coalition to beat the Americans, I don't think that's going to work because the contradictions among the rising powers are so deep, their ability to challenge the US will remain limited. And that's why we go with the EU, right? The US has problems with the EU, therefore we do an FTA with the EU. We do things with Britain, we do with others. Those exist. The question is, do you take advantage?
What does this mean in practical terms for what we call middle powers or middle power plus, which is where I would place India? After all, middle powers are a spectrum. And you and I both will agree that India is, on the higher side of that spectrum.
I would say the key is to build coalitions.
But how do you build a coalition? See, collaboration on technology, collaboration within the Quad is not the same as an alliance.
I didn't say
so,
alliance.
No, I know that.
I'm not
so
saying
can you
alliance.
parse coalition for me to mean, and I'd like an emphatic answer from you, that it is not to veer towards an alliance at all?
I think we are obsessed with alliance. India as a collective. You are the fourth largest economy. We behave like we are some innocent babe in the wood. Some big power will drag you out. When you are at $150 per capita income in 1945, you could navigate the world. And today you tell me there is always this danger of being hijacked by someone. I think this is an insecure, shaky, elite discourse, while your natural power gives you options to engage all sides, which is what you see every day. You buying Russian oil, you going with the Americans in Quad, you do Pax Silica with them, you join the Gulf countries to condemn Iran, then you talk to Iran and say, get my ships out, which is what you're playing. So, but empirically, it doesn't translate into a concept which is, oh my God, we must be autonomous. Every morning, am I autonomous enough? That's not the real thing. Is how do we leverage your power to benefit your people?
But I still want to provoke you further. When we speak of autonomy, isn't it important to retain decision-making at our end? In other words, that India certainly doesn't want to go to war on the basis of somebody else's priorities.
But who is asking you? No, that's the point, you see. You're always worried, oh my God, somebody will set my
No, I
priority.
mentioned this because a lot of people say, and you know better than I do, that if there were tensions in the Taiwan Strait, India is expected to do 1, 2,
Who is
3.
expected? Look, people expect all kinds of things, but can you deliver? Your Navy has enough things to do in your own region. So I think this idea of decisional autonomy, I'll tell you, all countries maximize their autonomy. Lesson 101 in international politics, all countries, given the resources, location, etc., would within their capabilities tries to maximize autonomy. So therefore, I would say saying strategic autonomy for me, sorry, I'm in a minority of one, which is like saying birds fly, fish swim. Maldives shows strategic autonomy. Nepal every day shows you strategic autonomy. Even Bhutan will show you strategic autonomy. Therefore, if the idea is within the constraints, how do you maximize your freedom of action? But that's the logic every country does. But unfortunately in India, we make it look like as some kind of a unique Indian capability or Indian feature that must dominate our thinking every time. And I think it's really a distraction from, it never tells you strategic autonomy. What are my interests?
So in this...
just let me, what are your interests? Tell me what your interests are. Tell me what's your strategy to achieve those interests rather than saying, oh my God, I'm autonomous, which actually becomes an excuse for not doing anything.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. It's very interesting that, you came out with such conviction and I will come back to you again. I now move to Ambassador Anil Trigunath, The question for you to address is US failure to adapt to a multipolar world responsible for its rejection of multilateralism and its choosing the military option over diplomacy? Does this increase the likelihood of a wider global conflict, especially because of the protracted wars where there is a great deal of uncertainty about what lies ahead?
Thank you, Ambassador. It was very interesting to listen to my friend, Dr. Raja Mohan, about many things. But I recall reading somewhere a German statesman's account, and he said very interesting thing. He said, God has a special providence for fools, drunkards, and United States of America. So, yes. So Trump has proved it in many ways. It's not a win-win for him. It is all the wins for me. That is the kind of situation that we are dealing with. United States, obviously, whatever we may say, remains a hyperpower today and may not be in utter decline, but definitely will be moving towards that. And that's the fear that they are facing right now. And multipolarity, as you rightly mentioned, is an allergy for them. Even though Rubio had very clearly said there are multiple powers and the multipolarity is the way. But that's something to say in the public domain. But in reality, that is not what they are looking forward to. So how I look at the world going forward is, and before I say that, I think that one thing we must remember, when we are looking only at power in terms of military power, then I believe that none of the superpowers have actually won any major war. They've lost. Look at China, it fought against Vietnam. Look at the British in Afghanistan, Soviet Union in Afghanistan, Americans in Afghanistan and Iraq. And Russia today in Ukraine is also facing very similar fate. So even if you can destroy a country, destroy the regions, but you cannot win a war, that is a fact today. So irrespective of the power differential, it does not matter. And that's what Iran is going to give them also.
See, if you cannot win wars
time.
today, you
Yes.
gave good examples of major powers, none of them having really won wars very definitively. Will it be possible for the United States to scrub China out of the Western Hemisphere?
Well, it's trying to very hard. What we have seen is that, what they're trying to do, you were mentioning, what I'm saying is that we are heading towards a Cold War 2.0 kind of a scenario. And that scenario will be different than the Cold War 1.0 in the sense is we will have a geopolitically and geotechnologically major rivals in China and United States, and geoeconomically we'll have very many actors. So there will be a multipolarity in the geoeconomic sense of the term, but in terms of the bipolarity, we are heading towards that. And that's why President Trump very clearly says he prefers G2. He likes to talk to China and accommodate it to a greater extent. It has done so.
But
and is looking
about
forward
2 weeks ago, Professor Yenxue Thong of Tsinghua University was in Delhi, and I think Raja, you and I were somewhere there with him for dinner at the IIC, and he had given a lecture at the IIC. Now his view was that there can't really be a G2 because the rest of the world is with neither of them today.
No, well,
and everybody is hedging, as Raja said. Everybody is exercising strategic autonomy.
I look
How
at
can
it,
you have a G2?
I look at it differently. I look at it that China does not want a G2 because that's not what they are aiming for. They want to become G1. It's not there. Their basic game plan is very different. They may not reach there. But eventually they are going very much. And that's precisely the reason they are looking for peace. They don't want a war. They don't want to get involved in unnecessary wars so that their progress and the path that they are taking is defeated. Like India, we are also looking to find some kind of a peace 10, 20 years so that by 2047 become Viksit Bharat.
Would you say that China doesn't want to really be, I actually disagree with you that China, you said China wants to be G1. But with G1 goes global responsibility, leadership, etc. Does China really have that? It has the world's second, let me finish this question. It has the world's second largest economy, and it's a great economic power, but it's certainly not a global military power. And so how do you explain that?
Well, now going forward, there's going to be very different kind of military, there are military experts who can tell you the wars are not going to be like that. Op Sindoor was one example. It has to be a technological war. So warfare is also changing in that sense. So you are a military power or not, if you are a technological power, a superpower. And that's where, in my view, the China is trying to aim at that. Secondly, China has come up with an alternative structure. Global Governance Initiative, Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, Global Cultural Civilizational Initiative.
But there's a
Which other
pushback.
country has...
There's a pushback.
No, there would be a pushback. Always there is a pushback. That's for sure. But which other country has come out with these kind of comprehensive alternative models? So it is not trying to push down the throat, but through its BRI and other things, there are definitely going to be constraints.
So what you're really saying is that China wants to couch its national goals in more acceptable UN Charter type of language.
Absolutely.
But the reality is that it is focused primarily on its own selfish aims and objectives.
Of course, this is
And
that's what
a
every
lot of
country
it is
does.
seen through, right?
Shocking that they follow their interests.
Yes. No, but this is precisely what they will do, or any other power will do. You see, power means coercion. But
come back to you.
Chinese are a bit civilizational in that context, so they have understood that wolf warrior diplomacy is not going to pay. So they have done the course correction very quickly.
Thank you. I'll come to Ambassador Mayank Singh. How has India balanced relations with major powers? What are the prospects of a peace deal in Ukraine, given the Iran war and the broader implications? What exactly lies ahead, future of global politics? Penny, for your thoughts.
Well, thank you, Ambassador Chinoy, and my colleagues, Ambassador Anil Trigunayat and Dr. Rajamohan. I would start by, perhaps focusing a bit on concepts like strategic autonomy and national interest, which was rather well explained by Dr. Rajamohan. But I think this might sound like tired, Government of India talking points, but it is in fact something which has played out in the last few years. Because what we've seen is that, particularly in the last few years after the Ukraine conflict, there has been a heavy polarization across the world, both in thought, in action, and India's stand on this issue was also a point of detailed discussion in many forums. Our partners on both sides of the divide had been very eager to understand our perspective for a long time on this issue. Our stand has been quite principled and consistent and explained well by our leadership at many forums. And over the years, I think there has been a growing understanding of India's position on the matter. We have had fruitful engagement with our partners across the spectrums. Because we basically see that it is important for us that all our big relationships are in a good state of being. We see these relationships with our partners as non-exclusive and non-competing. Each of these relationships therefore rests on their own strengths and their own merits. We recently signed the India-EU FTA. We've had visits by the German leadership, the EU leadership, the French leadership, and before that we had a very successful visit by President Putin, where we sought to reimagine our relationship from the economic perspective of a long-standing strategic partnership that we share with them, and also open up the mobility sector with Russia. So I think it is important for us to navigate these relationships in a manner that is in our national interest. Viewing any relationship from a third-party prism is often counterproductive, and I think we've always tried to avoid doing so. So I think it's very important that we optimize all our positions and maintain good relations with as many partners, and that we have the freedom of choice to do so. As far as the Ukraine peace process is concerned, I think there has been a lot of efforts in the past years. Many processes which sort of started could not go anywhere. But I think what we saw after Alaska, I think the Anchorage formula that was discussed between US and Russia, I think that was the start of what we saw US direct outreach to Russia. And I think that was something which really changed the equation, the way it was being perceived by all the players in the situation. I think it came as a surprise to EU as well. They perhaps tried to get a sense of how the situation was developing and how they could perhaps have a better and a bigger role in the talks as they went ahead. I think for now there is a situation where all of the players are back in the game and they are having these conversations. On both sides, there are fundamental issues where gaps remain, which need to be bridged. One of them is obviously territorial concessions, which is a big ask from both sides. And the other is security guarantees, which again strikes at the root of many issues which underline this conflict. And I think that in all of these discussions, the anchorage formula is something that the Russian side holds very, very dear to its heart and insists on adhering to. We, however, have not heard a lot of references to that from the US or the European side. I think perhaps the role of EU in these talks is also very crucial, because we haven't seen any cessation of military activity. There are daily reports about increased military activities. There were strikes in Bryansk just a day or two ago.
Let me just stop you there to draw you out a little bit. Do you see any linkage at all between the Ukraine war and the Iran war? For example, in the Iran war, some of the Europeans have expressed a little reluctance to move in and to be fully on board, whether it is Spain or whether it is Britain. And so that little bit of reluctance, is it some kind of a payback for the US not having fully met the requirements of the EU as far as commitment to the war in Ukraine is concerned? You see any linkage there?
I think, let me perhaps try to reach my nose in a different way. I will not really comment on what the dynamics between US and EU could be with regard to perhaps some having a theory that EU does not have or Europe does not have US's back on this. I would look at it differently in a way where perhaps if you look at the situation in Iran, I think one important player, which has emerged in this situation is Russia.
You have a point.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, when we see the readouts of the call between President Trump and President Putin, we realize that there is an active acknowledgement of the fact that Russia is playing an important role in that region. Russia is standing alongside Iran. Russia is at the same time having multiple and detailed conversation with GCC leadership as well.
In some ways, does that show up China? Because so far we've looked at the Russia-China tandem as one in which the general assessment is that Russia is the sort of younger brother and China is the elder brother, though historically it was never the case. But in the current circumstances, the Chinese have not really done anything. They've, despite their $500 million worth of commitment to Iran, despite the Belt and Road Initiative, despite having provided arms in the past to Iran, bought all their oil when it was sanctioned, when the matter has come to a crunch, they've not been able to do anything for Iran. Whereas Russia has been able to do something. We also see now suggestions that they're supplying drones and other things in the reverse direction. So does that really demonstrate that of the two, it is Russia that has really staged a comeback? And China has not been able to really make its presence felt.
Well, I think at this point it would not be fair for me to comment on what China has in its mind. But yes, I would agree with you, Ambassador Chunai, that what Dr. Rajamohan also said, that perhaps we see a point where China, even if it is aiming for, global leadership, perhaps there is not that sense of, owning the world's problems, owning the world's conflicts, and trying to perhaps bring in some sort of a leadership, wherein with Russia, you see that legacy of having been, one of the two great powers of that time, where they do realize that even if, after the fall of the Soviet Union, there was only a unipolar world that we were looking at, we still have a country which remembers its old legacy role, and it strives to expand its footprint across its borders in various continents, and perhaps even talk about a Eurasian security architecture, where it talks about West Asia as being part of that architecture. So I think to that extent, it does see a bigger role for itself in looking at the region in specific.
Thank you. I now turn to Dr. Abhinav Pandya. And so maybe you can begin by telling me whether this period where Russia is kind of staging a negotiating comeback for itself, creating some more elbow room, also finds that its own actions may get normalized in the context of the United States acting in a certain manner in the empirical order. So does this kind of reduce its own dependence on China?
Russia's dependence on China? Yeah. Well, definitely what United States is doing is certainly provides legitimacy or I would say a precedent, for revisionist powers like Russia and China, which they would like to explore those options in their territories. But as far as dependency on China is concerned, that looks a rather difficult picture, because Russia has really deep-rooted ties with China, particularly the economic ties and also the defense ties. Okay, and given the fact that they are already fighting on the Ukrainian front, and and it seems that the war on the Ukrainian front, it's not ending. Definitely, it seems that it's going to go beyond at a certain stage, and even Europe looks like, with the way Europe is again focusing on militarization, there would be some kind of a friction clash in the future. That looks imminent. So I think given those equations, certainly Russia's dependence on China, or Russia's, I would say, falling in the Chinese camp, that looks very strong. I don't think that that's going to weaken.
Is there a possibility of a reset between the United States and Russia at some point of time? See, I'll take you back to the first week of January 2017, when Trump had come in to office, I think sometime in January, third week or whenever it is that he took oath. And there was very clearly, a new kind of stirring in the air that the US was looking at the potential for a reset. This is before the Mullen investigations and all took over, and there was no returning to that kind of approach. And so is there any possibility, because that would be the reset which ultimately weans Russia completely away from China, China being assuming that China is the long-term threat for the United States?
Well, I don't think there would be a perfect reset, but yes, as far as Russia's vision of the multipolar world is concerned, what Dr. Dugin likes to say all the time, and like in those circles, they believe that Trump has no problems with the multipolarity, and I've seen that the present dispensation in Russia, particularly Dr. Alexander Dugin and his thought-leading circles, they kind of like Trump, okay? And so, in fact, I got a chance to attend the Russophile movement conference, and there I had interactions with them, and they said that, well, we don't have a problem with the US. West is one of the poles, like US is one of the poles, and they represent a great civilization, but we are against the hegemony, and they have high hopes on Trump, because Trump agrees with their idea of traditionalism. That's one point. Also, ideological traditionalism, civilizational states, and multipolarity. But again, given the fact that you have so many, flashpoints across the world, the Middle East and all those things, they're hardcore geopolitical realities, So they cannot be swapped for, purely abstract or ideological dreams set aside by, the thinkers or philosophers. So I guess these hard geopolitical realities are going to continue, and they will be the friction points between the US
You just
and
spoke
Russia.
about India, you spoke about poles. So
Yeah.
now how do you see India as a pole?
Good.
And are all poles
Yes.
equal? Do you
Yes.
have to be of a certain weightage to be considered a pole?
Thank you very much for asking this question. First, let me begin with appreciating what Dr. Raja Mohan said about strategic autonomy or multi-alignment. In fact, I agree that a lot of countries practice that, but we try to make a lot out of it. In fact, I must say that Pakistan has done a much better job with multi-alignment in a rather nasty way, engaging Chinese, engaging Americans, engaging Saudis, engaging Turks, and we also came to know that they had opened a back channel with the Israelis and Moscow in between.
But you have their own prime minister condemning, this sort of situation.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was just in a lighter vein or a serious vein. I wanted to say that. But yes, as far as India is concerned, India is something more than a swing state, but less than a pole. Swing state, yes, a pivotal swing state, which is non-committed, which has escaped the allurements or entrapments of alliances and ideological lock-ins, But then the strategic ambiguity or neutrality which India has maintained, it will be difficult to maintain that in the future because, I mean, given the way all these countries are lining up together, like Pakistan, Turkey, and even in our neighborhood, let's say the Islamist regime in Bangladesh, changes in Nepal, will make it increasingly difficult to stay completely on the periphery or not take sides. For example, I mean, we always said that, we had great ties with the Saudis and, we had great ties with the Israelis, but then Pakistan ultimately ended up signing that strategic mutual defense agreement with the Saudis.
But so that's not necessarily against India.
Yeah, I mean, it's not.
Many countries have such
it's
treaties
not against,
and things like that. We don't need to read it as an anti-Indian.
What I'm saying is that, I think India's tilt towards the West with all these FTAs which we are signing these days, it's very distinct and remarkable. And regarding swing states, I would like to draw some analogy from the history. So we have some classic examples of swing actors from the Indian history. Examples of Vidur, Balram, and Madhya Naresh, So Vidur is again a swing state, he has that moral force, but not very strong military capability to shape the outcomes of the war. He is in frustration, he is watching from distance. Balram has good ties with the Kaurav brothers and Pandav brothers and has the capability to change the outcomes, but he makes a deliberate choice to stay out of it. In the end, he wants to intervene, but then he gets rubbished by Lord Krishna. Then we have Madhya Naresh, who had to choose the Kaurava side in the end for some strange reason, but then he ends up gaslighting Karna to ensure that finally the Karna is defeated. So what kind of swing state we want to become? But in all the cases, we have to ensure that a swing state without strong military and economic capability will end up being marginalized or standing on the periphery. And as far as
when you say swing state, does that imply that such swing is in permanence? Or can you swing, one way or the other whenever the requirement arises?
It's not in the permanence, as I said that...
Anything wrong with that kind of opportunistic behavior?
No, that's fine. In this brutish world today where transactionalism dominates, being a swing state, which can negotiate well and navigate well to secure its national interest, it's a great thing. Every country does that. But then if India wants to pursue strategic ambitions going beyond the short-term national interest, then it cannot afford to stay on the sidelines. And as I said earlier, that India is moving towards a pole, but a pole has its own attraction, and to move towards the pole, to be a true pole, India needs a strong and a complete overhaul of its internal economic systems, governance systems, education systems. Only with that overhauling will gain that comprehensive national power. Then only we can become a true pole.
But if economic power were the real criteria, and perfection of systems, etc., then by now Japan should have been one big pole. But you and I know that it's not really a pole. It's a great country, but it's not a pole by itself today.
In this case, well, I must say that India represents a certain civilizational, I would say, spectrum, a civilizational pole in this part of the world. And that legacy is very strongly with us. So we have that ideological civilizational part, in this, the presence in South Asia, and I guess the world recognizes that strong legacy, strong history, which may not be as strong in the case of Japan. But in India's case, it's certainly strong. But once again, I mean, to gain that economic and that technological might, we need to put in a lot of efforts. I mean, look at the number of Indian universities in the QS rankings. I guess not even one. But I think IITs, they fall like after 100, and you have about several Chinese universities in the top 100. In the Fortune 500 global companies, 130 Chinese companies, 9 Indian companies are there, and most of them are public PSUs, and they are working in the banking center, not the manufacturing giants. So I guess, and our education system, and in fact, I would say our governance systems, we need to completely change it. I mean, an overhauling is required. I'm not denying it, but then Certainly,
I think no one will disagree
yeah.
with you on that. But let me turn to, I'll come in the order in which you are sitting. And I do know that we have taken now exactly 40 minutes, and you want us to end in 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And do you want any questions from the 3 minutes? So this is what I call a conveyor belt panel, and we've been greatly shortchanged. But I shall, abide by the organizers' advice on this. 3 minutes. One quick question to you, Raja, that the Pentagon recently came out with a report which suggested that the Chinese are using the bilateral thaw to broadly undermine the deepening strategic partnership with the United States. So in about 45 seconds, can you come up with something?
Talk about the India-US.
In your usual cerebral manner.
You talk about the India-US partnership, the undermining? Or?
That's right.
Of course, I think that's the fundamental.
But does a thaw simply undermine? Is that the way Pentagon should look at it?
No, forget Pentagon. You see, I mean, the formulation is what? Chinese power is growing. Their principal strategy is to distance America's allies from it. They go to the Japanese, the Koreans, India, we are not an ally, but the idea is to reduce American influence on Chinese periphery. So that is the natural strategy. There was a time, of course, when Chou En-lai told Kissinger and Nixon that, look, stay in Japan, we want to control Japan. But when they become strong, they want to nudge the Americans out and telling the neighbors, look, Uncle Sam is far away. He's not going to save you, so let's do a deal. So you come to me, I'll do a deal. And tell the Americans, we can do a deal. Let's manage this sphere between two of us. We are big boys. The small guys we'll take care of. So I think that's a natural Chinese strategy. And I think it's a great strategy.
Harkening back to the four global policemen and things like that. Now, that was Roosevelt's idea, certainly not ours. Anil, quick question to you is, I mean, really think this is the time for us to deepen our engagement with the EU? I mean, we are certainly doing it right now, and with great results.
Well, that we are doing, and that's right. But something I wanted to add, which is when we talk of strategic autonomy, I think the vocabulary also has expanded. That is to include strategic patience, strategic silence, strategic ambiguity. And I'll leave it that.
Mayank, does the Global South need leaders or trusted partners? Or is it going to be a phenomenon of a tall poppy syndrome? In other words, anybody tries to be a leader in the Global South at a time when every country, big and small, are looking to exercise their own multi-alignment and hedging and strategic autonomy. Is it good to be a leader or to be a Vishwa Bandhu as we are projecting ourselves to be? We are Vishwa Bandhu, we are Vishwa Mitra. For me, the Chinese are trying to be leaders there. What's your take?
Sir, I think, I think the question has the answer in itself. We are Vish Bandhu. So I think it's a good strategy to be a partner and not treat it as a homogeneous group. It has a lot of voices, it has a lot of tenors, tones, and I think it's important to understand those differences and try and take everybody along rather than try and foist something which is your vision of Global South. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We've gotten off to a great start, and I will conclude this session by simply inviting you all to join me in applauding the panel.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Shenoy, Dr. Mohan, Ambassador Trigunayat, Ambassador Mayank Singh, Dr. Abhinav Pandya. They're already getting one. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for such an engaging discussion. and from the world of chessboard, moves, though no one got checkmated in our discussion. Thank you, sirs. We move into the world of Xi Jinping, and we will try to decode Xi Jinping's sinicization of religion. And to conduct the session, I would like to invite Dr. Jagannath Panda on the stage. I would also like to invite Colonel Pavitran Rajan, Advisor, Center for National Security Studies. Ambassador Vijay Gokhale would be joining us online. And Mr. Manoj Kevalramani would also be joining us online. Why is this silence over here? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our panel. And do we have our guest online, please? Preeti, do we have our guest online? So, Ambassador Gokhale, thank you so much for joining us. Am I audible to you, sir? Just an audio check, sir.
You're audible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. Mr. Manoj Kevalramani, am I audible to you, sir?
Yes, you are. Good to be here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Now I hand it over to Dr. Jagannath Panda.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone. And let me at the outset thank Usana's Foundation, Mr. Pandya, for this excellent event here, and my first time to attend Usana's event. So thank you very much. And I think it has been a very rich and productive discussion so far. I'm actually in the good hands of, here really rich personalities around us, because I have been trained under them for many years, and it's my privilege to listen to them here also. Let me introduce this topic because the session of this topic is so interesting and also complex that we could keep on discussing. But in India, I think this has not really been discussed in depth. Of course, people from China Studies, they have written and discussed it in details. But this is one subject India has, in my opinion, India has fallen short in terms of studying, analyzing, and probably going into the details. What's happening actually in our neighborhood, particularly in the Himalayan neighborhood, and looking at the Chinese policy, the way they are really carrying out the efforts to curb the freedom of religions and the religious activities within China and outside China. That's actually something in India we have not really discussed in details. And I think this platform, this session definitely offer us, a very good podium to probably share some lights which will be very useful in the overall context of our discussion today. In order to discuss that, I think we have really some excellent speakers who have studied and followed China for many years. I'm privileged to have Ambassador Vijay Gokhale. Not only I have followed him for many years on China, but given his stature as former Foreign Secretary of India and as a scholar and written so many excellent books, particularly the Long Game, which remains one of the favorite books of mine and also many other scholars. We are privileged to have you, Ambassador Gokhale. Then we have also an excellent China scholar, Mr. Manoj Kevalramani. Mr. Manoj, actually, he's a China hand and he's a fellow in Taxila Foundation. He's also the chairperson of Indo-Pacific Research Program. Then we have Colonel P. Rajan, who is also advisor, Center for National Security Studies, Ramaya Universities. I had the pleasure of meeting him a few years back, but he has forgotten me conveniently. Thank you very much, but this is again, excellent opportunity to meet you and share notes with you. And also privileged to be here in the good hands of many China experts, particularly Ambassador Chinoy, Ambassador Gokhale, Ambassador Bombawale, and many others in this room. I have been asked by Mr. Pandya that I should share my remarks first for 7 to 8 minutes and then invite Ambassador Gokhale. Let me share my thoughts on the subject. And I think I was posed these 2 or 3 questions to address. That when we are talking about actually Sinicization of religion in China and outside China, the fundamental and the basic questions that comes that why China actually believes that controlling our religion is essential for national security. I mean, we can easily kind of easily answer this question by saying this is just to have a control over the country, over the religion, over the population, over the different ethnic groups, and that's the control that the party wants to have. But I think the answer is not really that simple. The answer is very complex and dense, and we need to really go into the details of these questions. And therefore, I would take you a little into the history, because the answer actually lies in the history, not in the contemporary facets of China. Actually, if we talk about this entire episode, the way the Xi Jinping administration is trying to control over religion, this is nothing new. This is happening actually over the last 2 to 3 decades. But I think if we try to understand why they are doing it, the primary reason is their concern and the fear. And the fear comes from the history. It goes centuries of old fear that they hold, and it goes right back to the Taipei Rebellion. Taipei Rebellion of 1850 to 1864. And that's the reason why today, even after so many years or so many decades or so many centuries, China still is very much concerned and wants to control over religion within China and outside China. Now, why they are really, and what about that Taipei Rebellion? Why we should be really discussing about that Taipei Rebellion of 1850 to 1864? Because that was the beginning. That was the beginning when, the theocratic millennial movement sought to replace the traditional Chinese beliefs. And the Chinese were actually worried that time that it was a kind of movement which was a radical interpretation of Christian movement, which was actually trying to replace the Chinese beliefs. And these concerns and the fears actually comes from there. And since that time, they have been, of course, after that, the communists came into power, the establishment of the PRC, a lot of things has happened. But then, what we have seen, that the party has always been historically, traditionally, they have been concerned about the foreign rulings, the foreign interference, and religion is one of the mediums they really feel that the party could be questioned or be facing a problem in, party might be facing a lot of problem in times to come. So therefore, the Sinicization effort has a historical root, and we should not really overlook that aspect ever. Second, I think what it also explains is that, and if you see the Chinese strategies, they are trying to establish gradually the party's supremacy over institutions. And institutions are critical because in the other panel we are discussing about Bretton Woods institutions, as Professor Mohan was rightly mentioning about IMF, World Bank, WTO, there are different kind of institutions that the Chinese were concerned about. Those were religious institutions worldwide. And I think these religious institutions were dominated by Christian religions, and the Chinese were enormously concerned and fearful of these religious institutions worldwide. So that is another reasons why the Sinicization of religion in China has been carried out so seriously under Xi Jinping's tenure. There are other reasons that we need to also analyze. One is that the identity overlap, which is a very complex society, identity overlap between religion and ethnic society. If we see, where China actually internally has faced the problem, it's actually in Tibet and Xinjiang. And if we talk about, these two dominant population from these two regions, Uyghurs have 11 plus million populations, and Tibetans are 7 million population, and it's not really a small group. So it's about, the Han identity and the religious groups. So the identity gap, the class of interest that the Chinese Communist Party always face. So that is another big reasons why the Sinicization of religion is really taking place so seriously under Xi Jinping's. Then, of course, there are other regions, security framing of religion, control over transnational networks. Of course, it also helps if they take, drastic steps to curb the religion, then it helps them to legitimize the party state. Because it's the Chinese Communist Party, they want to make it sure that who should be remaining in power. If the party is not in power, there is nothing for them. So these are the main reasons why the Sinicization effort has been really, gone to the next level under Xi Jinping. Then the other questions which was really asked, which is very interesting, why Islamic nations remain silent on Uyghur repression? And I think that is another question that in India also we need to discuss, and I'm happy that Usana's foundation is discussing this, because we don't really very often analyze this dimension. And probably, in IDSA, when I used to be there with my boss, Ambassador Chinoy, and few others, we have been discussing this issue that, the Uyghur issue is one issue that India has not really exploited to our advantage. We should have actually done a lot in terms of questioning China, not only internationally, but also develop our networks to exploit of the situations that the Chinese are actually concerned about in the regions. And there, the problem in the Turkey, the problem in Iran should be looked at from a more slightly different point of view. In fact, we were just discussing, from the airport to hotel with Honorable Khanna sir and my colleague from Jindal, Professor Chaulia, that there are radical elements in Turkey and Iran where they have actually posed a strategic challenge to China, and we have not been able to exploit those groups to our advantage. When we are today looking at Iran, it is one thing to say, and as we are discussing in the earlier panel rightfully, it is one thing to say that the Chinese are giving so much financial helps, and probably the Chinese are condemning it and providing diplomatic support, which is true. But then there are also two aspects that the Chinese are really overlooking, and that's actually, they're actually playing to the hands of them and also the hands of the Americans. One is, and also hands of the Israelis, that the Chinese are not really, putting the pressure the way they should be putting the pressure on the international community, particularly on Israel and United States of America, because they want that US and Iran should take drastic military actions and probably finish some of the radical elements who are there in Iran, who have been getting supports from the Uyghur, radical Uyghur elements, and probably creating problems for China. Same case, if you see and talk to the colleagues in Istanbul and Ankara, for last 3 to 4 years, I'm continuously talking to them, and I know for a fact, and in fact, I have seen Erdogan's addressing the big conferences, and there also radical Uyghur groups in Turkey standing and opposing to President Erdogan, questioning about his policy. In fact, there has been also, when President Erdogan talked about Kashmir in the last Antalya diplomatic forum, there were a few journalists asked that you are talking about Kashmir, what about in your country, the kind of people you are putting in jail? So we have not really played those issues to our advantage, and those are the issues. And the Chinese are actually very unhappy on Erdogan government. They were very unhappy on Erdogan government, but then with the Belt and Road initiatives, with the financial support, they have been able to manage and put some pressure over Erdogan government. As a result, what we have seen, Erdogan government and the current Iranian regime, they have actually been silent on some of these issues, including Uyghur issues. So the Sinicization effort is not necessarily or entirely a domestic issue within China. The Chinese have gone ahead in terms of talking and addressing these issues beyond the regions, and this is one aspect I think we should discuss in details. And with this note, probably let me invite Ambassador Bijay Gokhale to share his remarks. Welcome to you, sir, and happy to meet you after a long gap. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. And I want to thank Usha for inviting me to this event, and also my colleagues on the panel, both Manoj and Colonel Raj. Dr. I agree with a lot of your comments. I just wanted to make a broad point as to why I think the civicization of religion is important for China and the party. There are really issues that I wanted to. The first is external. Since the establishment of the party itself and the People's Republic, I'm getting echo. Is it a problem? I can be heard.
Yes, we can hear you, but your voice is breaking. So maybe, I don't know, there is a way to solve it, fix it. Maybe you would like to switch up the video, which will be the bandwidth will be better probably, and we can hear you, and then you can switch on your video, because your voice is breaking.
Am I more audible now?
Yes, now it's better.
Okay, but I'm getting a back noise because I can hear my own voice.
We can hear you, but only your voice is breaking, sir.
Okay.
I think the problem is from this side. You could go ahead, sir. We could still catch you.
Okay, so I wanted to touch on dimensions of the Chinese approach. The first, external dimension. Since the establishment of the People's Republic, there has been an overriding concern that the West and the United States in particular wants to undermine the rule of the Communist Party, not through the use of force, but through the penetration and infiltration of ideas which undermine its basic agreement with the people of China. And this is what Mao referred to when he spoke of John Foster Dulles, the US Secretary of State, talking about peaceful evolution. This is a thread that runs from Mao Zedong all the way to Xi Jinping. On occasion, it is subterranean because when China needed American technology and capital, it did not project this concern as openly as it did during the Mao period or currently under President Xi. But if you read many of Deng Xiaoping's speeches, which were secret at the time but have now been published, you will see that even during his term and the term of President Jiang Zemin, there were repeated references to the concerns about Western attempts to infiltrate their ideology in order to undermine the Communist Party, and the foreign control of religions is one of those means of infiltration and therefore of legitimate concern as far as the Communist Party was concerned. You also correctly touched upon the domestic dimension, which was the convergence of ethnicity and religion in China. Because in the borderlands in the northwest, Xinjiang, Qinghai and Gansu, where there is a substantial Islamic population, and in the southwest in Tibet and Tibetan parts of Sichuan and Yunnan, where there is a Tibetan population, there is also a distinctive religion which adds to their ethnic identity, namely Tibetan Buddhism and an Islam which is more aligned to the Turco-Central Asian Islam, and therefore different from the Islam that is followed by the Hui community, which is otherwise the Islamic following community in central China and in eastern China. And therefore, the strengthening of an ethnic identity in the borderlands is something, again, that has been of concern to China. And this is another reason why civicization of religion is being brought about in order to erase that separate ethnic identity or to dilute it, and to create a national identity. The third, of course, is the historical dimension. China presents its territorial boundaries, its political map in a particular historical context. But of course, all religions have history. It's not just spiritual. There is a historical, cultural basis to all religions. And Tibetan Buddhism or the Islam that is practiced in Xinjiang have their own versions of that history. To the extent that that history challenges the history that the Communist Party puts out, it thereby creates a dissonance in society. And therefore, from the historical angle too, China, I think, wants to control the religious narrative. And finally, of course, there is the party political dimension. The increasing view in the Chinese government and party that the loyalty of the people must be first and foremost to the party. And that loyalty must be, they must be more loyal to the party than to God. Religions, of course, insist that it is God who is the ultimate being to which all individuals practicing that religion should be loyal. But in fact, the Communist Party would like them to believe that it is the party to which they must be most loyal. So, given these four dimensions, external, domestic, historical, and party political, what we see in President Xi Jinping's now 12 or 13 years in office is a sustained effort to erase that religious identity and to sinicize it through a variety of means, beginning with the language to be used in the written texts of religious books, through the training, appointment and removal of the clergy, to doctrine, liturgy, and even to the locations of mosques or churches or Buddhist shrines and temples, as well as a slew of regulations, particularly in the last 10 years, which have brought complete control over all religious activity to the extent of virtually excluding any chance of any foreign control, not only on appointments and removals of religious clergy, but also over the way in which religion is practiced, the way in which religious architecture is exhibited. For instance, domes are now forbidden in Chinese Muslim monuments. It has to be the more traditional Chinese pagoda. Certain Muslim names are not permitted to be used. And in the case of course, Tibetan Buddhism, a consistent effort to show the Dalai Lama as needing central authority to assume office and the subordination of the lamas to the state. In overall terms, this serves the broader political objective, which is a single history that the party wants, which all the public has to accept, and which then makes it more and more difficult for individual ethnicities or individual religious groups to assert their identity. Now, how successful this is of course yet to be shown, primarily because in a repressive state, and certainly in the minority areas, the repression is growing. The public approvals, the public displays of support for religion are not overt. But I'm sure it must be of concern to the Chinese side that, for instance, even 60 years after he has been exiled from his homeland, the Dalai Lama continues to resonate as a religious and spiritual leader in Tibet. And therefore, I think there is a growing concern that despite all their efforts at sinicizing religion, they are not able to break the hold of the Catholic Church, for instance, or of the Tibetan Buddhists in India, and even of Islam over certain parts of their territory. That having been said, I think we should also clearly understand that the state has been able to consolidate political and logistical control over its borderlands. To imagine that Tibet in any way is going to be at any stage able to proclaim independence, or for that matter, the Muslim majority parts like southern Xinjiang, I think at this stage appears to be a tall order, unless there is a catastrophic collapse of the Communist Party and the Chinese state. So I basically will just end my comments by saying that while, of course, as India, we need to keep a watch on what is happening in the minority regions of China, but not only because those have a national security implication, but because we have a cultural affinity with those people and a long cultural connect with them. We also need to find practical ways to connect and not to look at or to advocate views which in a sense will lead to some views in India that we can somehow separate these parts of China from the rest of China. The government of India has recognized the Tibet Autonomous Region as part of the People's Republic of China. It's a very specific choice of words. which protects the historical independence of Tibet from its current situation. But given that, I think we need to have a more pragmatic approach when dealing with this, while of course keeping an eye on how the Chinese sinicization of Chinese religions will actually impact on overall social stability. Thank you, Dr. Pandey.
Thank you, sir. Always pleasure to hear you. And I think you mentioned a lot of good point, but one point which really struck me, and I would like to share my views about this. You said about the religious activities, controlling over the religious activities. In fact, two things internationally which is happening, and this is where India should also somewhere pitch in and start raising questions, because if we are concerned about what's happening in Jammu and
Dr.
Kashmir.
Pandey, you're muted. Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Here,
The Zoom mic, the Zoom system is muted, so we can't hear you.
okay, sure. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No, I think, sir, you mentioned a lot of good points. Thank you very much. One point which struck is that the control of the religious activities that you mentioned, I think that is one dimension. This is also, the Chinese are operating continuously internationally, and this is where India should take a strong note, because if we are questioned about Kashmir and the Jammu Kashmir or whatever happening in Kashmir, if we are questioned by Chinese, not only in the UNSC or in UN forums, but also in other international forums, equally we should be questioning not only what's happening in Tibet, but also in the Xinjiang region pertaining to Uyghurs. The reason I am mentioning this, I've been observing, I attended last month the Geneva Forum, where His Holiness Dalai Lama's office holds every year the Geneva Forum. The Chinese have such a strong objection to this Geneva Forum because this is one of those leading European platforms where Tibet is exclusively discussed, religion is exclusively discussed. And the Chinese always have a diplomatic and political protest and sanction those members of parliament, sanction those scholars who speaks in that forums. So this is where I think most of the countries, including India, should rise and talk about it, because otherwise, the Chinese will continue to, expand their control activities beyond China, outside China, that is at the international level. Sir, I have been told that you have to leave somewhere, so maybe you will like to take a few questions from the audience if there are any. I would invite, if there are any questions for Ambassador Gokhale, then please.
So, Dr. Panda,
sir.
Dr. Panda, I prefer the other people to speak. They should be given the opportunity.
Okay, sure, sir.
So they should be permitted to
speak. Sure. So, sir, then thank you. I will. Let me invite Mr. Manoj Keval Ramani. Over to you maybe for 7 to 8 minutes. Dr. Manoj?
Sure. Thank you so much. If you could mute at your end, because I'm getting a feedback. Thank you. Thank you so much to the Osanas Foundation for inviting me to speak at this dialogue. I was listening to the earlier session also, and it was fantastic. I would have loved to have heard them for a lot longer. Look, it's a pleasure to be speaking to this gathering, and I regret that I'm unable to be there in person. I was asked to reflect on 3 broad questions. The first is, what's the impact of sinicization of religion on China's stability? The second was whether sinicization should be understood primarily as nation building, social engineering, or authoritarian control. And the third is, what, if anything, should democracies do? So let me try and unpack each of these 3 briefly, beginning with what sinicization implies from my perspective. And I think Ambassador Gokhale has put it in context really well. Look, to me, over the decades, this concept of sinicization manifested obviously in several domains in terms of specific actions, architecture, language, how the clergy operates, education, religious practice of individuals. And with the passage of time, to me, the Communist Party of China has been able to clearly think through what is the ideational proposition underpinning its approach towards sinicization. And I think it's been able to now articulate a far more coherent view of what this approach implies. Over the past few decades, we've seen a gradual evolution, and today we have this articulation. Essentially, to me, the objective of sinicization for the Communist Party of China is the redefinition of the concept of Zhonghua Minzu, right? The idea of the Chinese nation. In the early 20th century, this was a nationalist idea in some ways, although contested. The idea was to transform what was the Qing Empire, which had different ethnicities in them, into one single political unit to try and ensure territorial integrity and resist what was foreign to the Qing Empire, and to sort of create a new state which encapsulates all of that. So it was from territorial perspective, but it had a racial element to it. The idea was that there were 5 races that you needed to bring together, which was the Han Chinese, the Manchus, the Mongols, the Hui Muslims, and the Tibetans. Zhonghua Minzo today is defined by the party as an effort to ensure this sort of unified multi-ethnic state with those territorial boundaries, but also, and you had a new law that's come into place right now, which defines this as creating a community of common destiny bound by intertwined bloodlines, shared beliefs, cultural affinities, economic interdependence, and close emotional ties. So like it's not just simply coercive assimilation, rather it's an effort to try and create, again, what Xi Jinping says is a community of a Chinese nation, and shape imaginations and shape beliefs and shape intrinsic values of people. He talks about instilling 5 identities across, and these are not just about the Chinese state or Chinese culture. These are about identification with the Chinese state, with the Chinese nation as an idea of a multi-ethnic entity dominated by a certain mainstream culture, which is Chinese culture, that is predominantly Han culture, but also identification with the Communist Party of China itself, and the proposition of socialism with Chinese characteristics. So it's not just simply a cultural nationalist party objective, but it's also in some ways a Marxist objective of whatever socialism with Chinese characteristics the party defines as. So within this broad ideological framework, you're looking at policies changing with regard to education, history, archaeology, religion, shaping customs, shaping practices, redefining what that means. Movement of population, intermingling of population, which is again deeply disturbing in some ways, shaping of discourse in the cyberspace across the media, and even functioning of families and how families govern their children. And we've seen some of the excesses in this regard, particularly in Xinjiang. So, so the first question, how should we understand sinicization? To me, it should be understood as, depending on who you are, right? So in many ways, if you are Xi Jinping and the party leadership, this is essentially nation building. It is social transformation to that extent. The objective is to create a new community which believes in these ideas, but not just of the Chinese state and their Chineseness, but also of the party. And I think the new law on promoting ethnic unity and progress makes this clear of what you want to create. The metaphor that Xi Jinping, I think, uses repeatedly is the idea of a society being like seeds of pomegranate, tightly bound together, uniform in some way, but also deeply red. And I think all 3 matter. What this means for China's stability, I mean, to me, that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, and I agree with what Ambassador Gokhale said, that, there is still obviously deep anxiety, but in some ways, the Communist Party is fundamentally paranoid. So I don't know how much stake and stock to put in that anxiety, but there is clearly fundamental anxiety around their ability to be able to dominate religious groups and minorities. But I also think that there is a certain degree of confidence, and that's to do with several things, right? In terms of how it's been able to enforce grid-style governance systems and policing within ethnic minority territories, how it's been able to ensure technology-enabled surveillance, how it's been able to, in some ways, to some extent, also co-opt elements of the elite within society and create new elite. And I think that there is elements of its ability to be able to manage the situation. It's also been able to suppress any international discourse. And this, I think, you can see increasingly in how statements and documents and bilateral joint declarations are framed between leaders of the Communist Party of China when they meet with foreign leaders. They tend to achieve political endorsement from leaders around the world to therefore shift the normative discourse around Chinese assimilationist policies around the world. And I think increasingly, as you see the world today, where you see the US, Europe, even in India, there are deep conversions taking place within society, within our own definitions of what is the basis of identity, of national identity. And there's a breakdown of the idea of what we may say as liberal normative ideas that we had of multiculturalism, of melting pots and things like that. You're seeing, therefore, those external pressures that China potentially would face receding to a certain extent, right, from an ideological perspective. And in fact, you're seeing China and the Communist Party be far more aggressive in shaping a discourse around normative values around the world. And this is, if you think of Xi Jinping's articulation of the common values of mankind as opposed to, say, Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If you see the Global Civilization Initiative, which essentially makes the case for this kind of particularism to exist and to be normalized, I think there's an attempt by Beijing to try and shape the narrative rather than just simply play defensively. And I think that is, you could see this articulated by Xi Jinping very early on when he started to scold his European counterparts who would visit him just around the time of the pandemic, telling them that, look, we don't need instructors to come from abroad. And rather than you see China going on the front foot. So I think that is something that we must take note of, that it is not just about what China does at home, but also what it's doing abroad. The final question of how should democracies respond, I mean, I have three very brief points on this. The first thing is that I fundamentally believe that, in the world that we are in today, the framing of democracies, authoritarian systems is inadequate, it is insufficient. I think the international order is going through profound changes that we're seeing. And right now we're in a moment where essentially power is the currency, and the idea of values, norms is deeply under strain, and what are the values and norms that bind us? So there is a flux through which a new order will emerge. I think that democracies firstly need to recognize that there is this going to happen, and there is intense competition for normative dominance which generates legitimacy internationally that is taking place. So the first thing is to recognize that from my point of view. The second thing is to first get your own house in order. You can't really be talking about other countries, in a world where there is no normative system, where you're talking about other countries' operation and dealing with, and how they deal with their minorities, when internally there is deep ideological debates, deep frictions with regard to identity. If you look at the United States today, if you look at what the MAGA movement and how they define American and Western identity through a white Christian prism, at least significant chunks of that coalition, it's very difficult to make the case that, others must treat minorities with a certain degree of tolerance and a certain degree of respect. So I think that this churn that is taking place across democracies, it's important to first get your house in order. But you don't need to do this sequentially also. The third thing is, while we must, I don't see the value in directly confronting Chinese propositions. I think it's going to be challenging. This is a reflection of the shifting power dynamics in the world. But I do think that countries around the world which have different systems, which are democracies, they don't need to necessarily endorse the Communist Party, the safe nationalist view. Instead, you should contest it. Don't confront it, but you should contest it within international institutions, through religious diplomacies, through building connects between these communities, religious communities and ethnic groups which are across national boundaries, they are based. So I think facilitating some of that is useful to try and make sure that at least the rights of these individuals and their aspirations are respected. And also there is not an erosion of norms around certain base level universal ideas that we may have around how religious groups, different religious groups should coexist in multi-ethnic societies. I'll stop with that. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think your point about how they aggressively campaigning and shaping the narrative, that is something to watch out for. Let me now quickly invite Colonel Rajan over to you, maybe 7 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, firstly, Usanas, for getting me back. I was here last year too. So when I look at Sinicization, when you historically look at it, this is a continuation of a process which Chinese emperors have done throughout. China has one of the oldest continuing bureaucracies historically, and multiple emperors have done Sinicization. But where today what is different is this area of Tibet, from my perspective. Tibet is a place which historically has been it's part of the Indian cultural infosphere. Because the religion is Buddhism, their script is, more akin to, they might look like Mongoloid features, but they are in most aspects Indian. I got this perspective when I started interacting with the Buddhists, the Tibetan Buddhists in Karnataka, and they are hugely worried because as part of the increasing clampdown, the Chinese Communist Party has now taken over Sinicization from the Chinese government, and it's a much more intrusive sort of Sinicization. The latest diktat now says that all Tibetan children after the age of 5 has to go into boarding school. Now, a forced boarding school after the age of 5, I doubt if any other nation has attempted this, maybe Sparta, but this, they fear, will finish off the Tibetan culture, and I agree with them. Now, the second aspect of it is the Chinese ability to enforce this by technical means. Now, through indigenization of the ICT stack, China has achieved, full spectrum, information dominance right into the homes of the Chinese people. And they have started off something called the grid system of, where parties manage every 100 houses. They intrusively even get into the homes of people. They ensure that there is a social credit system where they are monitored. Now, that sort of thing right at the borders of India, and where there is a diaspora of Tibetans, distributed among India, and that connection of Buddhist revivalism which is happening in the Indian hinterland, these are all interconnected things which are cause for concern. Why this is so is because China is not only trying to influence these religions, they also are trying to export these particular values of Buddhism in their outreach to the world. Now, this in some ways is a cultural aggression. I do not have full answers on how we can tackle this, but there are ways in which we can, help them. The first 5 years are the formative, times of a child's brain, but it's not enough to enforce a cultural assimilation, which takes much longer time. And I also, like my other two speakers, I don't think that the international community at any level can do much at this stage unless the Communist Party itself collapses, which I don't foresee in the near future. But that sort of totalitarian movement happening very next door in our neighborhood is a cause for concern. That's my opening remarks. Back to you.
Yeah. No, thank you. I think you end with a practical note that probably there is hardly the international community could do unless there is something drastic is happening within China. But with this note, let me invite quickly the floor open for comments and questions. We are shortage of time, so what I would request that please be brief and probably you could address the questions to a particular speaker so that we save time. So we have 3 hands. I'll go with you, sir, first, and then the 2 other ambassadors. Yeah.
Well, I think you referred to the countries in the Middle East not talking about the Uyghur. Why do you think it is? Can you explain that, please? Because in my view, the Chinese have very smartly brought the show slum into the country, reviving many of the mosques, bringing large number of these countries, and their economic engagement would have done it. But how do you define it?
Sir, you wanted to ask something?
So my question is directed to Master Vijay Gokhale, and I would like him to focus on a scenario when the Dalai Lama passes away and the Chinese, given their policy of Sinicization, have obviously thought through what would happen in that scenario. And in that scenario, how does he see the response of the Chinese in terms of what happens in terms of the new Dalai Lama, A, and B, what should be India's response to that?
There is one more hand behind, yeah.
Good evening, sir. Even my question is to Mr. Vijay Gokhale, sir. So given that all this cynicization of religion is all about aligning faith with the party ideology and all that, so how do you look at the end game of CCP when it comes to enforcing something on a society which is traditionally having its own religious beliefs and all that, and how that points out to India, because we have a democratic approach, we have multiculturalism and all that in India, but then the radicalization and aligning it with the party ideology, how will that have an impact in India as well?
Yes, the last one, yeah. Please go ahead.
My question is to Mr. Manoj. You spoke about Chinese discourse and the kind of words they use. So my question is, does this discourse help in the destigmatization of their identity?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, very briefly? Yes, yes, please. Last one. Yeah.
How is it going to impact by the spillover effect? Is the cynicization of religion in China, is it going to have any impact on India? One. Number two, why hasn't India calibrated its approach and identified certain leverages which can raise the stake at the international level against China? Maybe I think this question could go to the Ambassador Vijay sir, if you can kindly respond to the question. The first one certainly is about the spillover impact on India.
Thank you. Let me first invite Ambassador Gokhale, then Mr. Keval Ramani, and then we'll answer here. Over to you, Ambassador Gokhale, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Ambassador Gokhale? I think he can't.
I think we can hear you, but
okay.
His screen is frozen.
Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry, the ambassador's screen is frozen, so I think his network probably has dropped.
Then you can go ahead, Mr. Keval Ramani.
Okay, so the question that was addressed to me was around whether discourse helps destigmatize identity. I think that what the Chinese Communist Party is saying is that it wants to be able to control the definition of mainstream culture and Chinese identity and the definition of Chinese identity. And it is reshaping that identity not from the perspective of an individual's identity with regard to their community or their religious affiliation, but rather to primarily their affiliation with the Communist parties and from the Communist Party and their understanding of Chinese culture through this Marxist-Leninist and Maoist sort of nationalist culture. I think that's what they're trying to say. So what they're therefore doing is to try and shape history, archaeology, education, even family behavior with regard to religious issues, to try and embed these ideas and to try and, so, like one of the earlier speakers talked about how children very early on, they imbibe certain perspectives. The approach of the Communist Party is trying to ensure that children who are growing up, 20 years from now, just like in the 1990s, children who grew up with patriotic education, and therefore you see a much more nationalist China today. Children who are today young grow up 20, 25 years later in their 20s and 30s. Those are the kind of kids who will inherently believe, reflexively believe these ideas. And that's, I think, what their objective is, to try and reshape it. And discourse, therefore, is being controlled to that extent. And anything that goes contrary to what these ideational propositions are is stigmatized, right? And it is not only stigmatized, I think that's a polite way of putting it. I think today, after the passage of this new law, which was approved earlier this week at the NPC, it is a legal requirement which comes with penalties to be able to contest, what the Communist Party's logic is. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Gokhale, can you hear us? No, possibly he can't.
Yeah, I can.
Okay. please go ahead, if you could answer shortly those questions. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Dr. Panda, with regard to Mr. Vadhwa's question, that will take some time to answer because I've written a long paper on it. But I think there are a couple of matters of concern. The current Dalai Lama is recognized even by China. But a new Dalai Lama, if found outside China, will not be recognized by China. You will therefore potentially have two Dalai Lamas, and you will have a Tibetan exile community in India, which it is entirely possible the Chinese could say are fueling separatism and even potentially terrorism inside China. In other words, they would use the argument that Pakistan uses, that we use against Pakistan in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, so far as the Tibetan community is concerned. So I presume that is one real concern we should think about. The second is, of course, if the Dalai Lama candidate is an Indian citizen, and that is not beyond the realm of possibility, simply because a lot of the Tibetans of a younger generation have got Indian citizenship, then of course a whole set of other responsibilities devolve on us. And it becomes much more difficult to exclude an Indian citizen from or from whatever activities he might do in India as the Dalai Lama candidate. There are a number of other potential problems that I have outlined in my paper, which I did for Carnegie India, which is on the website. So I'm sure Mr. Vadhwa has read that and he could just take a look at it. But I think these are two concerns we should be mindful of. Very briefly answering the second question, I'm sorry I didn't get the name of the questioner. But very simply, I think we should look at the Soviet example. 70 years of the Soviet Union could not wipe out the Russian Orthodox Church. It came back right to a prominent position at the moment the regime collapsed. Tibetan Buddhism as well as Islam in the Northwest have long histories. I do not think the Sinicization of religion will be able to prevail over that history. I expect that as and when the regime collapses, you will have a revival of these religions in the same way that the Russian Orthodox Church has returned.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Colonel Rajan.
Okay, now the spillover effect. There are two places in India right on our LAC because it's not a settled international border and it is claimed by China. One is Leh Ladakh and the other is Arunachal Pradesh. The populations are totally, in many ways tied to Tibet. And the Chinese Communist Party, and a lot of these monasteries are in a state of decay and they lack funds. And they're very easy pickings for the Chinese who have got a lot of funds, and they offer to uphold the and digitize whatever land records and many other records which these people have. Now, second, you get hold of those records and they get digitized by the Chinese, we lose our history. Those records can easily be manipulated. Like, for example, if you go along these LAC, there are the local people tell you that till so-and-so year, we used to take our flock, that these grazing rights for our animals used to go up till there. Now, those records remain in these monasteries. I don't know whether our establishment understands that these are tomorrow a legal recognition that Indian borders used to extend up till that place. That is one part. The other is the overwhelming influence of the Dalai Lama in these areas. The Dalai Lama, in my travel, among the locals, he's like a demigod. Now, what Ambassador Gokhale said, if there are two Dalai Lamas or the next Dalai Lama is a Chinese, huge problem for you. Okay, because the money speaks along with God. And that is something which I feel will have spillover effects on our borders. And any nation which strategically looks at this cannot ignore the people. It is not only a political and a military confrontation. Finally, the population has to be with us. This generation, So I have kept myself, in my opening comments also I gave you time. But this is something which has got a military dimension. So a strategic community which is not thinking in those lines, you might again start getting surprised. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. I'll address that question from Ambassador Trinugat, that why the larger Middle Eastern countries or the Islamic world is silent on criticizing China. I think there are several reasons attached to it. Not just one reason, but several reasons. One is the kind of strategic partnership and economic dependency that China has cultivated to its favor. Strategic partnerships, if you see in the Chinese context, it was always Central Asia, Southeast Asia, which was really critical to China. But over the last 1.5 decade or 2 decades, the Chinese have signed not only the strategic partnership, but also some of these Middle Eastern countries has been economically dependent on China. So that has worked in favor of China, and that has, in a way, has offered the Chinese the ground to force the Middle Eastern countries not to speak or criticize China on this subject. There are two other critical reasons also. One is that none of these Middle Eastern countries are unified on these issues. They are also fragmented. They have their own voices on Uyghurs, on Tibetans, on radical elements. So they are not a unified voices. So they hold different opinions about the kind of Sinicization effort that the Chinese are taking place. The third reason is also the domestic political calculation in the Middle Eastern regions. Domestic political calculations of different political parties in Middle East is also very interesting because that is really religioustic in nature. So they do not really want to play something or say something which will eventually backfire them domestically. So some of these regions has been quite favorable to China, and that's why some of the Middle Eastern countries have not been criticizing China the way they should be criticizing. But with this note, let me thank all of you for joining us in this discussion, and particularly to Ambassador Gokhale and Mr. Keval Ramani and my colleague here, Colonel Rajan, and good to meet you after a gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panda, Ambassador Gokhale, Mr. Manoj, Keval Ramani, and Colonel Rajan. Thank you so much. Let's quickly move on to our next and today's last session. From rising seas to shifting monsoons, environmental pressures are reshaping economies, livelihoods, and geopolitics. Nations must navigate the tension between development imperatives and ecological responsibility. So how can the Global South lead in crafting solutions that are both just and resilient? Our next session examines the strategies, partnerships, and innovations redefining climate sovereignty in our warming world, that is, warming frontiers, climate sovereignty, and sustainable future in the Global South. And I would like to invite our session chair, Mr. Eric Grigoryan, former Minister of Environment of Armenia. His Excellency, please come to the stage. Mr. Rasmus Abildgaard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to the Republic of India. And I would also like to invite Dr. A. A. Mao, Vice Chancellor of Martin Luther Christian University, Shillong. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. It's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Science Foundation, for inviting us for this interesting discussion. It's always challenging, actually, to have the last panel, specifically when it's before dinner, but we will try our best, actually, that it will be interesting for you. And unfortunately, we are living in a time that climate change is not something very far. And every nation, every country is facing a problem related to climate issues. And adaptation and mitigation is something that is necessary. Unfortunately, the financial resources that will be necessary to conduct necessary actions are not enough. And climate finance has become something that it's very crucial for countries in developing world, specifically Global South. So the name of our panel is Climate Sovereignty and Sustainable Future. And before starting, I want to talk about one point that it's quite recent, but maybe very interesting and some innovation tool for developing countries to find the climate finance. I'm going to talk about debt for climate swap. It's something that will help developing countries to find financial resources to invest on adaptation and mitigation measures. Why it's necessary? Because $1 spent now on adaptation equal to $5 to $7 in the future. And to have enough money to spend on a climate action is something that is crucial for developing countries. So we will talk about the climate finance and we will talk about the realities what we have. But just inform generally, years ago, all world come together and signed the Paris Agreement. This is an international treaty that asks all nations to act for climate adaptation and mitigation. And every country obligated to write a national determined contribution, a document that will show what countries are going to do for climate adaptation and mitigation to be able to limit temperature increase in 1.5 or 2 degree maximum. And by this document, developed countries pledged to support developing countries with $100 billion annually contribution. Unfortunately, it's failed. It's failed because the structure of support was not clearly mentioned, and it was not clear it will be direct support, it will be grants, it will be loans or whatever. So we will talk about this again, but 2 years ago, the new goal came with the $300 billion annually that developed countries are going to support developing countries if they will be enough ambitious coming with climate actions that will mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm happy today to have two of my colleagues, Ambassador Christensen from Denmark, that will talk hopefully a little bit about maybe European perspectives and the climate actions that it's supported by the European Union and your country. And we have also Dr. Mao that will talk more on institutions, about the scientific part of the climate change itself. And I would like to start with Ambassador Christensen. What does climate sovereignty mean for the Global South from your perspective?
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to be on the stage today, and thank you for the invitation. As you also pointed out, I think we are all painfully aware that we are the only thing between you and dinner, so we'll try to keep it relatively short. 2 words about myself. Apart from being a career diplomat, I've actually spent a large part of my working life on international climate and energy issues. I was Denmark's sort of climate change negotiator ahead of the Paris Agreement, so this is certainly a topic that I find both interesting and important. I'm also, over the years, getting a little skeptical about the expectations that people have for the COP process. I think we need the COP process. In any case, we have nothing to replace it in terms of an international forum for negotiating all the many aspects surrounding climate change. But it seems to me that every year ahead of a COP, the media, people have massive expectations for what it can deliver, and it rarely succeeds. I think that's in the nature of things. But maybe for that reason, I think it's important that we maybe focus a little more on what is actually happening on the ground. And that gives rise perhaps to a little more optimism. But climate sovereignty, well, that's a tricky question. But I think maybe I'll still try to talk a little bit about the two main components of what we need to do when it comes to climate change. The first being the adaptation part. Very quickly, I think already today 40% of the planet is affected by climate change, and it will only get worse. So all countries, whether they are developed or developing, will need to invest in adaptation. And I think this is an area where certainly the Global South needs help and support. If you take a country like India, I think most estimates would say that the country will need to spend about 1.7% of GDP in the years to come just on adaptation, whether it's fighting drought or flooding. Although actually 50% of the costs for India would go into just air conditioning and irrigation. I think it's in itself an interesting figure. So I think we can certainly agree on the necessity on working together on that. On the mitigation part, which always gets a lot of pushback from, not least in recent times, we've seen the United States leaving the Paris agreement and the negotiations. But there it's, again, if you take India as an example, I think it is mind-blowing how much, for example, solar India has managed to deploy. So if you look at it today, solar is by far the cheapest energy source available in India. Even solar and battery storage as a package is cheaper than anything else you can get. And even if you don't want to be motivated by accelerating, pushing this clean energy transition for climate reasons, then I think what has happened just in the past few weeks should also remind you that there are other important drivers. And I think energy security is another thing that we will probably see coming to the forefront. Again, taking India as an example, the country imports almost half of its gas consumption, almost all of its oil consumption. A lot of it comes from the Middle East, so hence we have the problem. But the solution, I think, is pretty straightforward. It is not to hold back, but instead to accelerate the deployment of renewables, the electrification of society. I think it's interesting that if you, and I'll quickly, then I'll finish here. If you look at China, for example, the Chinese bet on electric vehicles alone means that the country doesn't have to import about more than 1 million barrels of oil per day. This is what they save simply by going electric on cars. And then you have electrification of the rest of society. India is already on the same path, leading freewheelers on electrification. And then finally, something like biogas, for example. In India, I think the IEA has established that India could cover 120% of its total gas consumption today by biogas if they invested in it. So the opportunities are there. They are actually cheaper than any other option. So I think, we'll see a lot of progress there.
Thank you very much. But with the cheap price, actually, you need a lot of investment in the first stage to improve the grid. It's billions and billions of investments, and problem of developing countries actually to find this first push up and then that be able actually to work, because it's obvious that renewables become quite cheap. I remember 20 years ago when I was studying in Germany, we were going to the renewable station, and there were times that it was a subsidies from the German government per kilowatt equal to 9 cents. So it was a time that it was very, very expensive. But because of R&D and whatever we see it actually now some Indian companies, some Chinese companies, Emirati companies, they can deliver quite affordable actually solution. But it's important to understand actually where to find the initial investment, I will say, and it's important.
But the initial investment for coal and diesel-powered power plants are much, much higher.
But this is something just to come from my country. It was again a lot of push. It's 3 times more solar was installed within a very short period of time, 3 times more than our nuclear power plant actually. But it's now become quite problematic because grid was not improved in a level that is necessary. And I had a chance to talk with some experts from the sector. They say every morning we are waking up, looking at the sun and hoping that it will not be sun because it's a problem from 12 to 4. It's a lot of renewables without having, the alternatives and others. So those are the issues because you need the storages that it's quite expensive. You need, somehow to combine with the wind energy. But those are the questions. I wanted to ask Dr. Mao about the global climate institutions. I mean, what do you see? It's inclusive on developing countries, or it's generally do not specify the needs of the developing countries?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Usanas for inviting me for this to this dialogue, and also my respected panelists. Yes, if we look at the international scenario, the inclusiveness is there. But then whether the inclusiveness is genuine or just symbolic, that is the biggest question. You see, most of these, our developing nations, we are all in the key global climate institution as a member. But when it comes to negotiation, are we able to negotiate at par with the developed country? That is the big question. Because most of these developing countries, they are financially not able to support the delegates even to attend these meetings. Even though this, the green finance or this climate finance, they give support to some of the developing countries to attend this thing. But then the question is, if we go and attend this kind of negotiations, I've been to not climate change, but to CITES meetings. I represented with the Indian delegation. There you see, even a small country like Malaysia, they were coming with 40, 50 delegates. Even a country like big in India, we thought we were a big number. We were just only 14 of us from the government. So like that, then some of the small countries like Bhutan, Nepal, only 1, 2. And then they are not able to cover all the negotiations or the parallel meetings. Because in the discussion, every day, so many parallel sections are going on. And which one to attend? That becomes a problem. They cannot attend all the programs. Then again, we don't have much people like these corporates or these non-governmental or NGOs, strong NGOs. But the developed countries have that. They come in groups, very strong numbers of these corporates or these NGOs, which play a very important role. And they play.
Dr. Ma, but I mean, you see limitation with finance, with delegation. This is something that Ambassador Christensen said, that sometimes we have a big expectation from these big events, and we are I believe, I mean, participating in last COPs for 10 years maybe, I will say that year by year it's become more, you know, bigger and bigger with the 40,000, 50, 60, 70. In Dubai it was more than 100,000, but in the end the real negotiation and work went down. And this is something that it's important just to clarify from you, because you are participating on this kind of discussions. You see that it's not enough capacity to set your own like a local agenda, or you believe that the capacity is there in developing countries, but the participation itself or kind of logistic issues are limitation factors?
You see, for a country like India, even that also we are facing problem. And that if for many countries, they don't have the capacities to negotiate. That is the main problem. That's why whatever the outcome you see in the negotiation, it always favors the developed countries. And it is, you see that the outcome is not in favor of the, global warming, what we are discussing about, it is not in that way. Yeah. So it is purely economic driven, and from that aspect, and also I think even these developed countries, I must say that they are not willing to come down to that, what is really needed.
Ambassador, just again coming to the probably one of the crucial questions about finance itself. I mean, in the end, who should pay? I mean, we have these traditional historic polluters, and we have these most vulnerable countries, specifically Pacific states or Caribbean states that contributed to climate change. It's almost nothing, but now they are in the front line of the vulnerability. Yes. Please, let's talk about the financial questions, and maybe you may have several words about this kind of innovation, climate finance tools, as I mentioned, that for climate swap or whatever. Please.
Okay, on finance, first of all, I think at least the European Union and my own country, Denmark, fully recognizes the responsibility we have to support developing countries both on the mitigation and the adaptation side. And in fact, if you look at it, the EU and Europe is contributing, with the majority of the funding that comes from developed world to the developing world, beyond any doubt. We foot the bill in that sense. Could we do more? Maybe. And I think, but I think it's important to recognize that public funding in terms of grants from the north to the south will never be able to solve the problem. It's not enough. What we need is to mobilize the private sector, private finance, both from the north and the south, in other words, other sources of funding. And I think we have been repeatedly stating that. From a Danish perspective, certainly we have been supporting and experimenting with all kinds of innovative financial models, blended finance. I can give you an example of some of the Danish climate funds where the Danish government basically provides a big amount of money, which is then put into a larger fund where Danish institutional investors, basically the pension funds, chip in. But because the government finance operates on a first loss basis, it de-risks the much larger funding come from institutional investors. I mean, this is ordinary Danish people's pension money that is put at risk to finance the green transition, the clean energy transition in developing countries. India is in fact the biggest recipient of Danish pension funds, investments into the green transition. But of course it can be done because the government is willing to de-risk it. But that maybe, if I can just add that comment, that leads to the second point, because it's about de-risking, and therefore it's also about risk. So what many developing countries should really focus on is to improve the framework conditions that allows the market to kick in and mobilize the funds needed. Because as I said in the beginning, many of the things we need to do, technologies are there, we know what it is, we don't need to invent it. from a cost perspective, they are competitive with fossil fuels, which, by the way, we are financing and supporting big time around the world. So they're subsidized, but they are cost competitive. But of course, it only works if the broader environment is de-risked. Something can be done on the financial side, but a lot of it also has to do with regulations. So we need to fix both, and that it takes both sides to chip in here.
This just to add, because it's important to not mix private investment and obligation by countries to make adaptation efforts in their country. Because, of course, if you will see all the public finance, including MDBs, whatever is available, is just a few % of the NDCs that was drafted and sent to UNFCCC. But when we are asking the private sector to invest, they need investment back. I mean, it should it's market, it's easy, but then it's coming a problem actually, because when in many developing countries, for example, you still have higher tariffs for renewables. And in the end, when the bankable projects are coming to developing countries for renewables, that is financed by different funds or MDB, CBRD, IB, or other institutions, in the end, citizens of developing countries are paying with the higher tariffs for this, I will say, not very affordable still, that energy. But let's give chance to the Dr. Mao to continue, and we will come back.
Regarding the climate finance, the structure need to be changed because it comes as a loan, not as a grant. That is the biggest problem. That is the reason so many of the developing countries who need it the most cannot take that. And also, the procedure to take that loan also is very complicated. They have to have the capacity or the infrastructure, institutional, and which many developing countries do not have. And that is why they are not able to avail that, even that climate finance which is given. Mr. Eric has already said, the chair has said that 100 billion per year has been, climate finance has been allocated, but that is hardly utilized. Because of that procedural difficulties, people are not able to take that, even that loan also. So that is why, that is the loophole in that climate finance structure.
So this is, again, a very interesting point, because now 60 countries facing problem with serving of debt globally, and around 40 of them are the most climate vulnerable countries. And if you are looking at the structure of the budget spendings globally, you see that for the serving of debt, actually developing countries are spending much higher than they are spending for education or social care or other issues. So that becoming a very big part of the budget spendings. And in the same time, actually, you need the money immediately for, let's talk about adaptation, because it's clear when it's a bankable project and you have funding coming from MDBs, the World Bank, or the BRD, IB, it's clear. It's guaranteed loans with the government guarantees, and it's clear. But for adaptation, you need money to do it. You need the money for adaptation in agriculture, in water resources, in forest management, in health, in different sectors, and you don't have enough money. And then you maybe apply for some loans that it's calculated in this 100 billion, and now it's a 300 billion money. But then you need to spend more on the serving of this debt, and it's becoming a closed cycle. And I wanted to listen to you, Ambassador Christensen, what will be, because you were in a negotiation, so we are a little bit lucky actually to have you not as a pure diplomat, but also a person with the climate background. Please.
No, I think when we talk about adaptation, needless to say, the market will never be able to solve that, at least not in most cases. because it's hard to find, so to speak, bankable projects where you get a decent return on investment when we talk about adaptation. In that sense, it's the exact opposite of most of the mitigation efforts that we need to do. And I think that's also why, from both a European and a Danish perspective, what we've said is that, for example, most of the, at least a third of the Danish total ODA financing goes into climate-related issues, and of that, the vast majority now goes to adaptation. Because again, mitigation doesn't need grant funding. It doesn't. The market can take care of it as long as we're able to de-risk the financing on the one side and create good regulation on the other in the recipient country. So that can take care of itself. So I think we fully recognize that the public funding should be spent on adaptation. And that adaptation money should go to the most vulnerable countries in terms of their resilience and their capabilities to deal with the problem.
Thank you. Dr. Ma, just coming back to capacities of countries, actually, when by Paris Agreement it was agreed that developing countries will come with their NDCs, so the plans of their countries, how they will spend financial resources on adaptation and mitigation. Unfortunately, because of lack of financial resources, these documents were not developed by those countries. It's mainly developed by support of UN institutions or other donor institutions. And if you are looking globally to the NDC documents, you see that most of the documents are prepared by the same big consulting companies with the more or less the same as logic. Coming to the capacity question, how you see the kind of solution for developing countries to be informed and knowledgeable enough to come with their own priorities and understanding what they need to do that will be economically efficient, socially fair, and environmentally acceptable.
When it comes to capacity building, of course, a country like India, we're doing so much for that. If you see like India today, the government is trying to integrate the grassroots level people to participate in this climate change adaptation. And this year, if you see one very good example in this economic survey 2026, that shows one of the best example of how India is taking this climate adaptation. Here it was, the case study was studied in my state, that is Meghalaya. Here what they have done was that they have observed that the natural springs is drying up, or most of it is the sources are drastically reducing. Then they found out that it is due to the climate change, that is the rainfall, or the inadequate rainfall, and then also ecological degradation. That is what, and how they took up was that they make the whole community involved in that, and they map all the natural spring in the state. And then also they took up this water harvesting, nature water harvesting to take up that, to secure that, water source for the future. And this is how one of the best example, and in that way, they utilize the local community to do using GIS technology, mapping the whole thing. Then also they use WhatsApp, they use mobile apps, everything, all the resources, so that they can spread the information to all the people, so that everybody can take part. Then the government...
But you see also, some way that communities or local actors may be somehow listened by decision makers?
No, that is why they involve the local actors in the decision making. So also the support financially also. All those things are, taken care. That was one of the best successful story, which you say that how we have been imparting all the capacity building in the local level. And that is only just a case study of Meghalaya, but in many parts of India that is going on.
Thank you. Actually, there are several environmental issues that can't be solved without global cooperation.
Yeah,
if you have some locally waste disposal issues or local air pollution, it's possible to somehow manage by yourself. But there are several issues like waste plastic pollution of ocean or climate change you can do without cooperation. So. Ambassador Christensen, what will be your suggestion for developing countries on a global cooperation, how to work more effectively with the global players, with the donors, with the developed institutions? Because again, participating in many conferences or COPs or events, I always had this feeling that developing countries are coming with the request of financial support without talking a lot about capacities or knowledge of understanding of the problem. At the same time, I was seeing the situation when developed countries are criticizing the situation that there are not enough good projects to invest in. So it's some kind of gap. So we see we need this adaptation or any environment-related funding, but then we have such kind of gap between developed and developing countries to find this the best kind of the line when both countries are working together for better future.
I think maybe the best way to answer your question is to say a few words about how Denmark cooperates with its developing country partners when it comes to climate change, both on the mitigation and the adaptation side. And in fact, we can take our point of departure in India, which I think is a good example. India is already doing a fantastic job. Last year, half of installed capacity, electricity capacity, power capacity in India is now renewable. So India doesn't need any help in accelerating that. What we can offer, however, is some technical insights into what you do when the percentage of renewables in the grid starts increasing. In Denmark, for example, we have already today more than 70% of our power comes from wind alone. On top of that, you have solar, biomass, and other things. And of course, it's a technical discipline on how you integrate so much fluctuating renewables. And that information we pass on and spend a lot of time with our Indian friends in the utilities and the Central Electricity Authority. I think that's the kind of thing that is actually really helpful. It's a peer-to-peer. The experts from my country, talk to the experts here.
And also the government level, policy level, because, the policy changes.
It's between the practitioners. Those who actually are tasked to solve the problems, not between politicians or others who are more interested in talking about who should pay or who's to blame, right? But actually it's about solving problems. The other thing we do here is to help India develop its offshore wind resources. The potential is really big. I mean, India is doing this amazing job on solar. It's done an amazing job on onshore wind. So there maybe, again, we can help a little on the offshore side, and I'm sure India will also become incredibly successful in that area. So I think this is a good way to work. And in fact, we do this with 28 countries around the world, the similar kind of advice on how to transition and transform the energy system based on our own experience. Of course, not everything can be transferred one-to-one. It has to be tailored to the local context, but that's exactly why we have the dialogue between the practitioners and the experts.
I'm returning back again to decision makers, because once you have weak decision-making institutions, and unfortunately we see it in many developing countries, when the government officials or people who are taking this decision, they are not knowledgeable enough to understand where to go and how to go. And I would like to bring one example from my country. years ago we decided that electric mobility is something that is very important for us because of energy security, because we are importing 90 plus, almost all oil and gas coming from neighbor countries, and we decided to waive VAT and custom duties for electric cars. It was 6-7 years ago, and for that time we had only 18 electric cars imported in Armenia. It was only that figure. So within a few years, Armenia became a leader of this sector, and now if we compare the electric cars portion with all our neighbor countries, Turkey, Iran, Azerbaijan, Georgia, we have several times more electric cars than we have. And it's bring also the business there, the charging stations that was installed by the businesses, and they were starting to install a lot. And what is interesting that now kind of the system of charging in Armenia per electric car compared to Germany and US. And if you will come to Armenia, hopefully, I mean, this year we will have a COP17, the largest biodiversity event that will happen in Armenia. And if you are looking to come, first that you will see and will be amazed, maybe it's in the electric cars, to see so many electric cars in the developing countries. And the solution is very easy. It's become a 35% cheaper. 20% VAT and 15% custom duties was raised, and the same electric car become almost twice cheaper in Armenia than in, for example, Germany. And this is how, with an economic incentives, you may change a situation dramatically. But you need to work with the policymakers to change laws and legislation and to make an imperative decisions. Otherwise, you may have the project-based results, but not nationwide results. Dr. Mao, you want to add? Because after I want to open the floor just for 1-2 questions. I know that we are running out of time, and maybe it's dinner time, but we started quite late. But Dr. Mao, please.
You see, what the developing countries wanted from the developed country is that, you see, even now, so if you look at the major emission of greenhouse gases is from the developed countries. Even you see, number one is now also USA is there, then China of course is there, but then the European Union is there. Of course, India come in the 5th position. But and also, how the developed country has come into this stage? They are the one who has really used the fossil fuel and developed their country. And today, we, the developing countries, are trying to develop, and that we cannot say, we can't stop everything. We have to do some part for development also. At the same time, of course, we have to take care of our environment and climate. And that is why, that is the argument, or that is the thing. For that reason, what we feel is that the developed countries have the responsibility also to help, especially not as a loan, but as a grant to the developing countries, especially those, maybe not India, but many other countries which need.
I think India become in a way actually that now should be supporting maybe smaller developing countries on their transition, specifically having this amazing solar sector with this affordable the panels that India is producing. But this discussion is very common, and it's running for decades. I will say in the end, we are in a point that we need to anyway to act, and without blaming each other, because this is that we can hear always that it's the developing countries. I mean, developed countries will say that developing countries are started to use more energy and started to they pollute more, and developing countries will say this is because of you use the fossil fuel, you become developed, and now you are limiting our potential to do. Please, Ambassador.
that discussion, I think, is really, really misplaced. I know we had this discussion for a long time, and it simply reflects a lack of understanding of where technology is heading and where societies are heading. Let's take China as an example. China is developing very fast in the direction of becoming a pure electrostate. China put a heavy bet on electrification of everything they do, and they are largely succeeding in that. So for them, it has not been interesting to keep, developing, a fossil fuel society. There's another big power that still seems to be very, caught up in fossil fuels. But let me turn to India, because now here's where it becomes interesting. Because as China developed, it sort of had to take what I would call a fossil fuel detour, in the sense that China in the early 2000s, when it really expanded its manufacturing capacity, became a major industrial power, people got cars, everything, it was all fossil fuels. China built so many coal-fired power plants, and now they are transitioning into, in another direction, of becoming this electrostate, and they are doing it very fast. But they had to take this fossil fuel detour first, just like we did in Europe or in the United States historically. Now, then turn to India. India is actually, if you compare where India's stage of development with where China were at the same time in its development, India is actually way ahead. So what we'll see is that India does not have to make this fossil fuel detour of over-investing in coal-fired power plants, ever more diesel-fired power plants, or when it comes to transport. India is already on a trajectory of becoming an electro power, and slowly will enter the same path as China. So in that sense, India is ahead of the curve compared to where China were at a similar stage of development. And I think that is really interesting, and it shows that you don't have to go through this fossil fuel detour to develop. And India is the perfect example of that.
Yes, I'm happy actually to have kind of provocative discussion, because for decades, environment and economy was recognizing as an enemy of each other, but all best kind of environment-friendly decisions are coming from businesses. R&D is business. The LED lamps that we have, it's become from business, and now it's 10 times less energy consumption. But it's China and India is it's a quite unique cases, because it's with the China
green leaders.
China is still the biggest emitter of the world of CO2, although that they are growing fantastically. It's changing, but it's emitting. By the way, I want to open the floor for maybe 1-2 questions, if it's possible. We already have 3 questions here, and yes, we don't want to be the most hated persons because we are between dinner, but yes, please, let's take questions.
Maybe take them in a row, and then we can do a very quick.
And please, when...
Hello. Am I audible?
And please also specify whom you are asking for.
I have too many questions, but I'll limit it to only one, because this is a subject which is least understood. Most of us are not interested. This is towards the fag end of the any kind of seminar or debate, and our stamina is already wearing thin. The first and most important thing is, I fail to understand when you talk about the Sustainable Development Growth, SDG 2030, if I recall correctly, I find there is a serious fault line. The serious fault line, as per my understanding, please correct me, Chair, if you can. On one hand, we are talking about migrating from the fossil fuel to renewable energy. We are talking about the electric vehicle. When you talk about the electric vehicle, you require lithium cells. When you talk about lithium, its mining, extraction, processing, production requires huge amount of water, huge amount of power, steady, consistent flow of power. Mining itself is causing so much ecological imbalance. Classic example is Myanmar. So isn't there a contradiction to our sustainable development growth when you talk about the climate change? One. Number two, isn't the agreement in Paris Accord 2015, wasn't it binding? How can United States get away just, one fine day Donald Trump thinks that he's no end of himself? How can he get away from a globally binding commitment where the developed nations are supposed to contribute a certain percent? Because the figure which is playing in my mind is $276 trillion required for climate fund between 2021 to 2050. Is it correct? $276 trillion? I don't think it is correct. If that be so, if the largest economy of the world is actually walking away so scot-free without any accountability, then does this particular agreement have any meaning?
Thank you very much. I will take, or let's end, organizer just informed me that we have 5 minutes, no more. Please be short with the questions and
Yeah, thank you very much. My one brief question to the Ambassador Christensen is, now we see that, we've been talking about sustainable development, etc. But we see that the second largest emitter, that is the United States, has moved out of the Paris Accord. How does the world deal with it? After all, it is, you mentioned China, largest emitter, polluter, 36%, but still the United States is 20%. So, as far as that is concerned, you don't have any control. It might even increase. The second is in terms of the assistance and the support that should be coming from the largest economy for the, in terms of helping the developing countries. That also is not available to us. And the last point is, I don't want to get into the debate that we've been having about giving assistance, but there is a commitment that there will be, as the chair you mentioned, $100 billion and appropriate technology at concessional prices. But that has not also been met. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last one.
I'm from Mongolia. I have just one quick question. Well, we're talking about sustainable development, etc., but the secret of ecological protecting the environment is balance. But this balance is already broken. Once that balance is broken, there is no concept of sustainable development. I'll just give you a very quick, a few figures. 100 years back, human population was 2 billion. So it took us 300,000 years to reach the level of 2 billion. Now, we're already quadrupled, 8 billion. We are exceeding, in terms of, as mammals, we're exceeding the population of rats. So, and each individual's footprint on the ecology is much bigger than that of rats. So, is there any, possibility of maintaining sustainable growth if it is already broken? And also, in terms of another risk is that now scientific discoveries will be extending life of people. Another 50 years and we may end up living 1,000 years. That's a punishment, not divine solution. And it will be worsening that ecological catastrophe.
Thank you very much. So, okay.
Thank you. I promise to be very brief. I want to go back to what is written behind your head. It says conflict. I've been involved in research that proves that climate change will lead to conflicts. It will lead to big conflicts because of scarcity and because of all sorts of reasons. Now, my question to the panel is in your discussions about mitigation and adaptation and all those discussions, is conflict and conflict resolution and conflict prevention, is that a topic? Is that something that you talk about at all? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, for the second question, with assistance, I will ask Ambassador. For the first question with the electric cars, lithium mining and other, of course, it's all connected, but it's just the estimation of the impact. I mean, in the end, if with all negative impacts with the demand of copper, lithium that we have, it's much, the affordable. Probably this is the way to move, but this is another large discussion. Hopefully we will have a time to talk about this. And for conflict, I will at this point and then ask our panelists to talk. It's a very interesting discussion about this Arab Springs, where it's come from, because if you remember, for several years it was the water scarcity in this region, and it's bring a lot of people from rural communities to come to the cities and become this critic mass of the people to initiate all these things. So they were probably the first climate migrant, I will say, that we will have a tens of millions that is coming. That's another very big question to discuss. But with our 1-2 minutes, definitely we will not be able, but this is something that is coming, unfortunately, and everyone should care about this, because water scarcity and whatever is related, and impact on agriculture, impact on water and the bioresources, it's something that we need to consider. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you. I promise to be really short before everybody gets sugar low and grumpy. On the United States, needless to say, it's regrettable that they decided to leave the Paris Agreement. Does it matter? Yes, to some extent, but still two reflections on that. First, I think the main concern also when during the first Trump administration, when the US left, is did it have some sort of, did it create a precedent? Did others also leave? The answer was no. And this time, have we seen anyone else leave? No. So despite all the challenges to the multilateral order, we haven't actually seen anyone else leave. So it seems that there is still some global support for the international climate negotiations and what they are trying to achieve. Now, second point on the United States, which is, okay, one thing is what the American administration in Washington decides, but we also need to think about what actually happens on the ground. And I think this has been my persistent argument here. Let's not try to be too distracted by political, games, but actually look what happens in the economy. The US is still investing heavily in renewables and in transition. And one of the states that is doing the absolute most is Texas, of all places, right? So and what does that tell you? It tells you, again, that there is money to be made. The market is moving in that direction, and hence the Americans will follow suit whether their politicians like it or not. Final and last comment on conflicts. I think it's already widely understood and been discussed, the link with migration, conflict over water and so on. But let me give you one small food for thought on conflict and climate, and that is what happens 20 years from now when the effects of climate change starting to be seen, and not just in the way we see it now, but where we start seeing some of the first catastrophic, consequences of climate change in the horizon, something that will really threaten the survival of our planet. And when that politicians start realizing that, I would be curious to see from an international politics point of view, how are if the United States and China suddenly decides that actually now we need not just to turn the wheel of the car a little bit, this is what we've been doing for 30 years, but we actually need to make a U-turn right now within a matter of 2, 3, 4 years, otherwise we're dead.
Thank you.
That will give rise to some interesting questions of sovereignty and who gets to say no.
Thank you. And from the questions from the Mongolian participant, I would like Doctor to ask for this about,
I think, you see, we all know the importance of
But with 60 seconds, please.
Pardon?
60 seconds, 1 minute.
Oh, okay. So, you see, unless we have the consensus on this climate change, we'll be always discussing every year. So that's why the conflict will remain. But once we all understand the importance of this climate change, how it is going to affect every one of us, because it is not going to be India's problem alone, it is going to be the whole world. So that is why if we understand that and come into a consensus, we can do something. But if not, still it will go on like that.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. And yes, hopefully we finish and we'll go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Ambassador Christensen, Dr. Mao. So this brings us to the end of business on day one. Thank you for joining, and please join us for dinner by the poolside Ambe pool, which is near the reception. Thank you very much, and bon appétit.